Peace and grand rising to the sovereign, original, indigenous, natural, divine heirs. Today is November 3rd, 1442 on the ancient moon calendar, 1443 on the ancient sun calendar, and 2022 on the Greco-Roman calendar. All rise and stand and remain standing into perpetuity. This is a sovereign, living, ancient, Al-Moroccan, Moorish American, universal court action. I am Sovereign Living Justice, Pauline Denise Ritchie, in capitis diminuto nolo, in red ink, in propria persona sui juris, in proprio solo, and in proprio heredes. My free chosen sovereign appellation is Light Tajiri Bay, in capitis diminuto nolo, in red ink, in propria persona sui juris, in proprio solo, and in proprio heredes. All Moors are the original, indigenous, sovereign, ancient, Al-Moroccan, Moorish American ascendants of the great pharaohs of Kemet and of the ancient Moabites and Canaanites. Our full faith and trust, our allegiance, our credit, our energy is hereby vested in ourselves, for we are the original, indigenous, natural, divine, sovereign, ancient empire state for Morocco. We are the de jure Moorish National Republic federal government. We are the ancient Washington District for Columbia, the Universal Moorish American Consulate, and the Article 3 Moorish American Consular Court. Today, we are exercising and executing the law by our sovereign capacity, which is the original, indigenous, natural, divine, sovereign, ancient Article 3 living United States District for Columbia Court. And we are the sovereign fiduciaries, secured creditors, executors, trustees, ministers, possessors, and beneficiaries in this cause for action. We are peace, we are one nation, we are one state, one empire, and one God. We hereby accept our sovereign ascension, issue a universal creditor's bill for possession against all judgment debtors, and exercise all sovereign rights at this time and at all points in time, nunc pro tunc. And today, our universal statement is, we are the Most High, we are the Most High, we are the Most High. At all three dimensions, we are the Most High. Islam. Coming up on the November 7th, 8th, and 9th is our 3-day national full moon fast. However you choose to fast is up to you. If you want to do water only for the entire 3 days, feel free to do so. That is normally what we do, unless the ancestors have us do something different. And then some do no food from sunup to sundown, only water. And then others do, they fast from meat or sugar or, negative energy. They fast from whatever it is that you feel you need to fast from for that 3-day period. Some fast from speaking during that 3-day period. So it just depends on how you're led to fast as to how that manifests for you. So with that being said, does anyone know where the ens ligus system came from? The system of all capitalized names being supposedly a representation, but it's really not a representation, it's a tool. In war, it is a representation. In peace, it is a tool. So let me take this out of lecture mode. Just one moment. Islam. Does anyone know where the ens ligus system came from? Who started that? And is it ancient or is it modern? And also, where did the non de jure theory come from? Is it ancient or is it modern? We want to, and the reason we're putting these thought-provoking questions out there is because we need to understand more thoroughly where that system came from. Where does the all caps being something else and standing for something else or representing for something else, where does that even come? Where did that whole piece come from? Of changing lettering in order to exist in a different dimension and operate in that different dimension while still being the living, breathing, sovereign ancient heirs. Islam. As you know, everything starts with the Moors. Everything starts with us. Everything ends where we are, even though we have no end. So I was doing some research over the last few days with regard to that whole system, and I came across a definition in the dictionary that told me, you know, we knew where it came from. We know it came from us. We are the Roman Empire, the original Roman Empire. We've always been the original of all empires. There was never an empire that started without the Moors. It is impossible to have an empire that starts with some bloodline other than ours. It's impossible. That will not happen, ever, in all of history. And I'm talking millions and millions and millions and millions of years of empires. So I looked up the word Roman. Here on the screen, the word Roman, a native inhabitant or citizen of ancient or modern Rome. That told me that there's two Romes. There's an ancient one, and then there is a modern one. For us, the ancient Rome never ended. So anything that is calling itself modern Rome was something that was added on top of the most ancient Rome. And anytime you see the word ancient, they're not talking about anything or anyone other than the Moors, because we are the ancient people for the land. So here in these definitions, it says the Italian spoken in Rome is called Roman. So in reality, Italian, that language, is actually called Roman language. Okay? Again, and then Latin. Latin is called the Roman language. So whenever back in ancient times, if they say, what language do you speak? We would not say Latin, we would say Roman. We speak Roman. And believe it or not, to this day, we still speak Roman. So where law is concerned, we still speak Roman. Where ancient English is concerned, ancient English is filled with Latin terms, Latin spellings, Latin definitions, French definitions, Italian definitions, Spanish definitions. Those are all called the Romantic languages for Rome. And that is why it's so easy for us when we see things written in those languages, we can pretty much, we know what it means for the most part. Basically, it has a lot to do with etymology and so on and so forth. But we're talking now about the lettering, the all caps and all of that. Here it says number 5, usually R, which means lowercase r, Roman type or characters. That means that in ancient times, we only wrote in all lowercase letters and called that Roman type and Roman characters. But types and characters, not only is that lettering, it's also persons, types and characters, as in it's almost like you're in a play. So now let's look a little further. Roman, noun. Romain, that's Old French, from Latin, Romanus, and it means literally of Rome. A type of metrical narrative developed in France in the Middle Ages. Metrical, I'm not sure if you knew this, but the word metric actually means mother. By definition, metric means mother, and that's why, and that's what it says in the dictionary when you look up the word metric in its original meaning. That word is multilingual. Metric is an English word, but it is also a Latin word. So when they say return to the metric system, they mean return to mother's system. And then here, this is the answer to the question. The question was, where did all of this nom de guerre business and ens ligas business come from with the all caps? Here's where it came from. It's called roman à clef. And it says French, novel with a key. That means there's a key in this type of presentment. It is a novel in which real persons appear under fictitious names. But that's a key. It's a key. So, and then here is Roman fleuve, which means a river novel. It's about water. A long novel, usually in several volumes, dealing with a cross-section of society, several generations of a family, etc. And then romance. Romance means to court, and that word court is exactly what it says. There are two parties going back and forth in whether it be commercial intercourse or whether it be marital or matrimonial intercourse. There is a courting that happens. What is that? That's this one side stating their case and the other side stating their case. And ultimately there is an intercourse that happens using language. And they say, you know, some say the language of love or the love language or however you want to say it, it's still court. It's still court. And the one with the best debate skills will win. Okay? They will be the creditor in that case, and then there will be a debtor in that case. And some may not care for that language, but that's really what it is, according to the dictionary. So, roman à clef. So I said, well, now that I know that this is a key, a novel in which real persons appear under fictitious names, let me just look up the word clef, because I know that word from music. You know, in music we have clef notes. So I said, well, let me look, because, again, there's supposed to be a key here. There's a key. I'm looking for the key. We know roman à clef is a key. It's the key to commerce. It's the key to everything that has to do with 3D wealth in this dimension. Now, it has a spiritual narrative first. It has a spiritual meaning first. Okay, and then it has a 3D meaning. In other words, it will manifest where we can see it. Okay, but in the spirit realm, roman à clef, that's where everything happens first. That means, who are you really? Are you the ancient, original, indigenous sovereigns whose bloodline has been on this earth since time immemorial and will be here into perpetuity? So, you know, a lot of times when people talk about genocide, one of the empresses said something about genocide earlier. When I think about genocide, it almost doesn't have a meaning to it when you talk about us and our bloodline and birthright because there's no time that we've not existed. So there's no such thing as genocide when it comes to us in the spirit realm. We can come back and leave and come back and leave and come back and leave and come back. So there's really no such thing as genocide when it comes to the Moors. We've always been here. We always will be. We've always been there, out there, other galaxies, universes, planets, stars, etc. There never was a time when we were not. That's chapter 1 of the Holy Quran, the Circle 7 of the Moorish Holy Temple for Science. So here I looked up the word clef. So in order for us to appear, and we were never under anything. So this definition, of course, it does need a little bit of tweaking or fixing. In our definitions as the Phoenicians, we would not say that we were ever under anything. We're not under occupation, despite what some may think or believe. We're not under occupation. We're not, because at any time we can state that, okay, enough, all done, no more. And that is stated a specific way at law. We just have to know the key. The key is, who is it that is the real person appearing and using a fictitious name? So our all caps is not fictitious. Our all caps is a living, natural person created by us. Let us go down and create man in our image and after our likeness. That's what an all caps is. That's us going down, because there is a reduction in status when you use capital letters. But our status is never reduced. We create that which is reduced in order to do commerce. And so let us go down and make man in our image and after our likeness. So now there's this movement for all of the professional athletes and all the actors and everyone. They're now doing this name, image, and likeness thing where they're saying, okay, for example, if it was the NFL, the National Football League, the football players are now saying, and as you know, the one who started it is a Moor, because that's how Moors do. Nothing like that makes any sense unless a Moor is doing it. There's a name, image, and likeness movement whereby the NFL players who of course there's a Moor who started it, that says that they own their own name, image, and likeness, and that the NFL does not own it, and that they can merchandise themselves, their name, image, and likeness according to their will, however they want to do that. And so when I looked up the word clef here to see what is the key, it states very clearly clef, clavis, a key. Clavis, a key. So the word clavis is a derivative of the word clavicle. Clavicle is a bone in the body. The clavicle is a bone in the body. And so this key has to do with a symbol in music, a symbol. Because letters, capital letters are not letters, they're symbols. That's why they say a picture is worth 1,000 words. Because capital letters are actually a picture. They're not letters. Lowercase letters are letters because that's their original form. Uppercase letters are symbols, pictures. It says a symbol in music placed at the beginning of a staff to indicate the pitch of the notes on the staff. It says there are 3 clefs, G, which is treble, F, which is bass, and C, which is tenor or alto. And placed at the beginning of a staff to indicate the pitch of the notes on the staff, what that means is whatever it is that's at the beginning is going to dictate everything after, the pitch of everything after. And it says the pitch of the notes. Notes is also a financial term. So whatever letters are on the notes is going to dictate or indicate the pitch or the tone or the frequency of that note. Pitch and tone are similar in music. Pitch and tone are similar. They both indicate frequency. So where these symbols are concerned, we can look at these symbols right here, and they look like letters almost. Now, I looked up also the word cleft, and there's a key in that word also. Cleft is alternative past tense and past participle of cleave. Cleave means to split. So in the Bibliotheliotheque, when it says that a man must leave his mother and father and cleave to his wife, that indicates that a split has taken place. Okay, and so when you're talking about a split taking place, that means that if you're using capital letters, then there's a split that has taken place between the real, natural, living gods that you are, that we all are, and that we're using and putting in capital letters. That means there's been something that it's a part of us, but it is split from us. Okay, so even in this derivative word of cleft is cleft, to cleave, to split, that means that some letters are going to change when a man leaves his mother and father and cleaves to his wife. And the wife leaves her mother and father and cleaves to her husband. There's going to be a split. And then some letters are going to change, and some estates are going to change. The makeup of the estate is going to change. There's going to be someone added to an estate and someone who has become not taken away from an estate. But in our case, when we have matrimony, we are combining estates, so it's not a splitting, it's a joining. But what happened is, somewhere along the way in this whole theatrical performance, someone was attempting to enjoin themselves to our estate in a dead status. That was an attempt. And so what did we say? We said, okay, no, dead is not coming here. Debt and death don't come here. What happens with our estate is anyone that is being enjoined or adjoining to our estate must be living, even if in subject status. Our subjects are living, our furniture is living, our property is living. That's why we change the name of the property. A car is not a car, it's a conveyance for energy. A conveyance, by definition, is a container or a ship that carries energy or frequencies. That's what a conveyance is. So an automobile or an automobile is not necessarily the right word. That word, because it's not automatic. We actually do it. However, the use of that word is not wrong. So again, cleft, to cleave, to split. Okay. So that is where all of this stuff about nom de guerre war names and now you know why papal bulls coming from the Vatican and those that were previously pretending to be popes had such an effect on everything. Okay, so now think back to the civil letter that was previously enacted by the one who was doing business as Pope Francis to Barack H. Obama. When you're talking about Rome and Roman bullas, because that's what that was, it was a Roman bulla enacted. And it spoke to policy enforcers, it spoke to fake courts, it spoke to military and all of that. How did it do that? It was and when it talks about America Major and America Minor, that's the way it's written on the paper. That determines whether it's America Major or America Minor. America Minor means child. So America Minor is in all capital letters. America, that's why a minor has to have someone, an adult, to present them. And when we use our all caps, we say, okay, that all caps, Pauline, Denise, Richie, in all capital letters, that is my minor right there. That belongs to me. It's property. And we use it in order to move things back and forth in this 3D dimension. So again, anytime there is two parties in any interaction, it's courting in some form. And the key to the court is when everyone agrees. That's the key. And not when everyone agrees, but when everyone comes to a consensus. Because there will be times when we don't agree with each other. But we have to agree to disagree at that time, which is still agreement. Agree to disagree. Come to some consensus. You know, when they say meet me halfway, you're really going all the way. That creates a whole way. When two meet halfway, that's the whole way. Two halves make a whole. So that is something that we wanted to bring forth and let you know exactly where all of the splitting came from. It actually was first done by the Roman Catholic Church. And when I say church, we're talking ecclesia or government. Okay, church does not mean what they told us it meant, but that's what they were doing even in those places that we were calling churches these days. That's still a court. It's still a court. That's why it's set up like a courtroom with a judge at the front of it. It was set up like that, and then they called the judges place a pulpit. That's how you pull a whole bunch into the pit at once by declaring something. And we're not saying that all churches pull people into a pit, but those dead corpse fake commercial ones do. Were doing that previously. So with that being said, are there any questions or comments about any of that, about or anything that you've seen in the lettering? This is why the letters have been so important. The letters patent have been so important. So, you know, some didn't think that the use of capital letters really meant anything, not knowing that, again, It depends on who's issuing them and who they're talking about. There's no one out there that can issue something about me or you without your consent or assent and it be true until you say it is. No one can issue a warrant and say this warrant is yours without you saying either no it's not or I agree with that. Any warrants that are issued have to come from you if they're to be about you, because you're the court for your own estate. And knowing how to say that, knowing how to properly state that on the record is very important. And that's what we've been, it's all in the lettering. And when we say the lettering, as long as you're writing it by government affidavit, then no one can argue with that. An unrebutted affidavit stands as the law. It is the law for you and for your estate. And any others, for example, when we put bullas out and we put things out onto the public record and we say all Moors, that's all Moors who assent to be a part of that. And the Moors have to say over that. Each Moor can state how they want, what they want to be a part of and what. That's up to the Moors, because no one represents the Moors either. We just put things out there and we say, okay, this is public for the Moors, public for the sovereigns. And again, we're not leaving anyone out, because either you're the Moors or you're subjects of the Moors. We're not leaving anyone out. And if you know that you're a Moor and you may not necessarily look like a Moor, but you know that you're a Moor, then it's for you too. It's for the subjects as well. And the Moorish subjects ipso jure, because that's in the writings. That's in the law. Moorish subjects ipso jure is in the law. So we're not using that term to belittle anyone. It just is what it is, because of the way the land, the law, and our ancient status is set up. That's just how that's set up. And so we wanted to bring this to your attention because it's important. And then even in the ancient writings, you will see symbols that look similar to these right here. G, F, and C are keys also. Those are keys also. F is bass. That's the lowest sound. Tenor or alto is in the middle. That's what the C is. G is treble. Alto. Yes, tenor and alto is in the middle. Bass is the lowest. Tenor and alto is in the middle. And G, treble, is the highest. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong about that G. Okay. But I'm pretty sure that's correct from my what I learned earlier in life. So with that being said, are there any questions, comments, etc., with regard to cleft, cleave, etc., and Rome and Romanus? Because Moors, we're Rome still. We've always been Rome. We're also the original European. We're also the original Americans, the original Israel, the original tribes. We're the original and the first of everything and everyone. We've always been first. Our bloodline has always been first. So with that being said, I want to move to national housing because we've been talking a lot about, we've been doing quite a few liens. We talk about the lien process all the time. Um, in property matters, United States for us is defined as all 50 Moorish state commercial franchises created by the sovereign states who are the living United States. Or we were the original states united, always were. And in this, you could even put this U as a lowercase u, and it would still be correct. So it means what we intend for it to mean. I'm going to put this link in the chat because with regard to your liens, Moors, you know, the right to redeem property on which the United States has a lien is actually written into the law. Okay, just one moment. Let me put this in the chat so that you can see. It is 12 USC 1701, subsection 1701. Right to redeem property on which United States has a lien. And as you know, we lien the debtor United States. We had to lien them because their debts are owed to us, the people. And so when we lien them, anything that they were claiming, any property that the dead corpse United States was claiming, any of that belongs to the Moors. Okay, just by virtue of the fact that we are the creditor to all the nations at earth. We always have been because we wrote that in to the law since time immemorial. The right to redeem provided for by Section 2410C of Title 28 shall not arise in any case in which the subordinate lien or interest of the United States derives from the issuance of insurance under the National Housing Act as amended 12 USC 1701 et seq. What is this saying? First of all, it points everyone who's talking about a lien, they're pointing you where housing is concerned and where liens are concerned, not to a corporate housing issue, but the National Housing Act. And who are the nationals? The Moors. So for us, as we have elevated this up, it's no longer an act, it becomes then the law. So with the liens that we have the right to redeem provided for by Section 2410C of Title 28. So what we did was we went to Title 28, subsection 2410, and we want to take a look at that. Our liens are very powerful, Moors. That's why the lien process is so important for all Moors to know. And that's why we've put it on the public record. We've shown you how to do those liens many, many times. We've put templates out. We've done everything we can, and we're going to continue doing that to put the lien process out so that you know what part that plays in the redemption of property. Okay, because we've stated that all property belongs to us. But how do we prove that? Well, we look at the law and we see where it says in the law that our liens have first priority. And this states that any subordinate liens or interest of the United States, it comes first. The right to redeem shall not arise in any subordinate lien or interest of the United States. Excuse me, let me read that again. The right to redeem provided for shall not arise in any case in which the subordinate lien or interest of the United States derives from the issuance of insurance under the National Housing Law as amended. Okay, so let's take a look at Title 28 so we can see where all of this came from. Now, I found this to be very interesting when we talk about suits. Just one moment. Yes, it has. It's always been our land, and it always will be. So here, 28 USC 2410, this is talking about suits against the United States. Well, which United States are they talking about, and how do we know? We looked at the very last one, and we know here that they're talking about one United States, and then one is a creditor and one is a debtor. Okay, so in cases in which the records of the IRS disclose no outstanding tax lien, and that's our liens are tax liens, the United States will file a disclaimer on behalf of the United States. So let's take a look here at 28 USC 2410. It says actions affecting property on which the United States has a lien. So now Moors who have been through things like foreclosure, or if there's some attempting to do an eviction action or something like that, you have the superior lien. You just have to enforce it properly so that they will halt all of their actions, so that they recognize that no, you have the superior lien. You're the secured party creditor. It says here, under the conditions prescribed in this section and section 1444, which is a year, by the way, also, of this title, for the protection of the United States may be named a party in any civil action or suit in any district court or in any state court having jurisdiction of the subject matter. This United States right here is the protected creditor. This United States here is the debtor. And all of the debts that this United States right here has outstanding, anyone may come and name this debtor United States in a civil action or suit in any district court or any state court. Well, the state court is us, having jurisdiction of the subject matter. And as we know, we have, wherever there's diversity, we have original and exclusive jurisdiction on matters of diversity. Diversity being, the word diverse means two verses, two words. Di means two and verse means word. And this is a prime example of diversity. This United States is not the same as this one. Okay? So it says here, under the conditions prescribed in this section, 144 of this title, for the protection of the United States may be named a party in any civil action or suit in any district court or in any state court having jurisdiction of the subject matter. To quiet title, we have jurisdiction over quiet title. We have jurisdiction over subject matters that have to do with foreclosing a mortgage or other lien. To partition, to condemn, or interpleader, or in the nature of interpleader with respect to real or personal property on which the United States has or claims a mortgage or other lien. And then it says here, the complaint or pleading shall set forth with particularity the nature of the interest or lien of the United States. And this is the creditor one. We are the ones that are holding the liens on all of this property. So our courts have to actually deal with this diversity issue. In actions or suits involving liens arising under the Internal Revenue laws, of which they all do, because our liens are a tax. That's where our not tax status comes from, is the fact that we're holding all these liens and that they need to be enforced. This is how enforcement of the liens happens. This is yet another way in which liens are enforcing. Okay, Islam in the chat, Empress Sheena. So it says, in actions or suits involving liens arising under the Internal Revenue laws, the complaint or pleading shall include the name and address of the taxpayer whose liability created the lien, and if a notice of the tax lien was filed, the identity of the Internal Revenue Office which filed the notice and the date and place such notice of lien was filed. Our liens were all, once you put them on the public record and they're issued by your court, which they all have, they all were issued by our courts, then that is considered filing. And then we notify everyone else that a lien was filed on the record. It says, in actions in the state courts service, service upon the United States shall be made by serving the process of the court with a copy of the complaint upon the United States Attorney for the district in which the action is brought, or upon an assistant United States Attorney or clerical employee designated by the United States Attorney, in writing filed with the clerk of the court in which the action is brought, and by sending copies of the process and complaint by registered mail or by certified mail to the Attorney General of the United States at Washington, District of Columbia. And again, all of this right here, the language is corrupt. It needs to be finessed. Okay, and when I say finessed, I mean made incorruptible. So it is our courts that are notified whenever there is suit or lien. And then right here it says clerk of the court. It's in all lowercase letters. Whereas United States Attorney or clerical employee, they're talking about, still talking about us, but we have to fix this language here. Okay, so any serving of process where there are debts that the debtor United States owed, the creditor United States courts are the courts that address any of those debts. We govern those. We get to determine who actually owed, who didn't owe, and how they're going to pay. Now, some may say, well, if we don't have any debt, why are we dealing with the debt? We're dealing with the debt because no one on this land has the authority to do it. That's number one. We have to do it. Number two, we have jurisdiction, and this should have been number one. They're all number one, really. No one has the authority to talk about property being tributed or given or taken except the Moors, except us in our courts. So we have to do it. If any corpses or corporations try to do that, it's null and void. it's void ab initio because corporations cannot govern. We have to do it. So with that being said, it says here, in such actions, the United States may appear and answer, plead or demur within 60 days after such service or such further time as the court may allow. So we're the ones who have the say-so in all of these. Demur means to pay. And demur is a shipping term. And yes, M-U-R is actually, that has to do with the etymology of it has to do with the Moors. When you spell more M-U-U-R, demurrage is a shipping term, and it means to hold something until the payment has been made. Okay, so whenever things are being imported or exported in and out of our United States, if we stop that, whatever it is, that product at the port, and we say, well, wait a minute, we need to examine this to make sure that it's okay to come or go. During that examination time, there is demurrage that will accrue if it's past a certain amount of time. And the demurrage is always the liability of whoever it is that's shipping that product. Islam. Are there any questions or comments thus far regarding any of the things that we stated? The third reason, and I didn't give this, but the third reason why our courts handle all of this is because everyone must pay, or any exchanges and accountability that happens, that our court says, okay, yes, this is, you have to pay this, or no, you don't pay this, they owe you. Any of that has to be done in constitutional and lawful money. And so there's also some things that will go on to the account for the United States. The United States will be putting things on our account or taking things off of our account, depending on where the liability lies. Okay, so that is another reason for us doing congressional assemblies and talking about these things, because it has everything to do with our accounts. Now, so you may say, well, how do you start putting things onto the account for the United States? The way that you do that, Moors, and we're in the process of doing it ourselves because we have to, is, for example, let's say a conveyance. Conveyances at a dealership, for example, because that's the demonstration that we're doing. We're adding to that demonstration as the ancestors give us keys. And they give us keys after we demonstrate the keys that they've given us already. So they expect us, when the ancestors show us something, they want to see us demonstrate it competently. And when we demonstrate it competently, they say, okay, let us give you the next key. So yes, they do want us to demonstrate even if we think we don't have all the keys. There's a reason for that. And the reason that we demonstrate based on what we have is so that when the next key is given, we will know exactly where that key fits. So for example, with the conveyances, the dealerships, which again, ultimately any title belongs to us first. So what we needed to do, and what we need to do, is all of these places that are floating around talking about they're a dealership or they're a grocery store, or they're a this or that or a third, all of them need to be chartered. We have to charter all of them. They all have to be chartered by the Moors. And so we're going to be showing you that process in detail in the next, we're not going to show it today because I didn't finish putting all of that information together, but because I ran out of time before this, but we are going to show you on the public record. And where chartering is concerned, the first thing that we're going to do is charter our all caps. Okay, the all caps needs to be chartered so that as we begin to do things with the all caps, that ship is properly designated. When our prophet said, "Children, you're just plain rich," he was indicating something when he said children. Children means the all caps. It's a minor. Okay, and that's where the creation of our own birth certificates. Okay, so we've created the living birth affidavits. We have those. We've created them. We put them on the public record in red and then in blue. And now we're creating that third level. And that third dimension living birth certificate, and that's the difference. One is an affidavit. This one is a certificate that we're going to be creating. It's going to look a lot like those birth certificates that we were issued by the corpses, except it's going to have some very important markers on it that indicate that it's coming from the living, the right place, the right states. For example, mine says Michigan Department of Public Health. Well, we're the public health ministry, and so we have to put our stamps and seals on there, and we're going to be introducing the stamps and seals that the ancestors put in our laps. They're the original ones that should have been on those. And we're also going to show where for example, if you were born at Michigama territory or any of the territories, where you can put whoever it is that put their stamp on your document, you can put their stamp on the one that you're going to be creating. Okay, their stamp, which is the subjects, and then your original indigenous ancient United States stamps, which when I saw our ancient seals, oh my word, I was like, I knew they existed. I knew they did. And the ancestors popped them up there and handed them to us, and they're in Latin. United States seals in Latin from way back from ancient times. So we're going to be putting those on the public record as well, not this time around, but next time, so that you can see that whole process from start to finish, which is the creation of our living birth certificates to go with our living birth affidavits, which is the long ones. They call them the long form, but it's just all it is legal size paper for the living birth affidavit, and then the birth certificate is going to look just like, it's going to be on the same size paper, just like the ones that we were issued, with the same information, but the information is going to be stated differently, a little bit differently, to match what our ancestors did. So when we're looking at our courts and the things that we need to do in terms of creditor status and debtor status, so that we're always on the creditor side of the ledger, where our courts are concerned, that living birth certificate process is part of that. What let us know that we needed to do that part is one of our teachers was saying, probably about 6 months ago, one of our teachers said that the frauds were planning on subrogating and they were enacting, going to pretend to enact resubrogating the birth certificate. That whole process, they were going to recreate and hypothecate new ones. And we were thinking, well, no, we're awake now. Why would they do that? That's you know, that was what our teachers were saying. That's what they were planning on doing. But when we do it, that means they can't do it. So that's why we're doing it, because we're the government, we're the law, and we're also the creditors. And it's only by our own sovereign assent that those instruments can be created. And what are those instruments? Those instruments are it's a bond, but it's a creditor bond. And when it's put on the public record in the way that we're going to put them on the public record, it cannot be used by a debtor at all. So that means that fake policy enforcers and fake judges and all of that, they don't have any standing whatsoever. Okay. So, when we, as we're moving forth in the creditor status, using our courts to enforce the liens that we've put out there, as you can see, we've been doing everything the way that we should be doing it. We use the government mailing process by certified mail, and we're now moving to the enforcement. It says here, a judgment or decree in such action or suit shall have the same effect respecting the discharge of property from the mortgage or other lien held by the United States as may be provided with respect to such matters by the local law of the place where the court is situated. That tells you everything you need to know about who has the authority to enforce a judgment or decree where mortgages and other liens held by us is concerned. It's according to the law for our courts. Our courts are situated at ancient Morocco. So we get to determine the discharge of property from a mortgage or other lien. Okay. It says, however, an action to foreclose a mortgage or other lien naming the United States as a party under this section must seek judicial sale. When we state that we're doing judicial banking and judicial sales are done by affidavit. They must be done by a government. We're that government. We're the law, and this is why our courts are so important. A judicial sale happens in a courtroom. So everything that we're doing, where our courts are concerned, when we put the court action language at the beginning of our liens, that's a judicial lien. That cannot be rebutted without proper standing. A sale, and it really can't be rebutted at all, really. A sale to satisfy a lien inferior to one of the United States shall be made subject to and without disturbing the lien of the United States, unless the United States consents that the property may be sold free of its lien and the proceeds divided as the parties may be entitled. This right here is what has caused the quote-unquote sale of all real estate to come to a halt. Because we have to say whether something is sold or not. We have to state that, okay, we have a lien on everything that the debtor United States was claiming. We hold the superior lien. And so we now have to state that, okay, is this property sold free of the lien, or must the lien be paid first? Is the lien going to be paid first? Is that lien, or is the property, can it be sold without the enforcement of our lien? We have to state that. So it says where a sale of real estate is made to satisfy a lien prior to that of the United States, the United States shall have 1 year from the date of sale within which to redeem, except that with respect to a lien arising under the Internal Revenue laws, the period shall be 120 days or the period allowable for redemption under state law. And this is what we use right here, the period allowable for redemption under state law, which is our state, whichever is longer, and in any case in which, under the provisions of Section 505 of the Housing Act of 1950, as amended 12 U.S.C. 1701K, and subsection D of Section 3720 of Title 38 of the United States Code, the right to redeem does not arise, there shall be no right of redemption, Islam. So again, what we're stating here is that the United States, or the States United, which is the Moors, has the right to redeem according to the Internal Revenue laws, and again, we're the Internal Revenue Service, or according to redemption under state law. Okay, and that's why it was so important for us to put state constitutions on the public record. And then it says, in any case where the debt owing the United States is due, the United States may ask, by way of affirmative relief, for the foreclosure of its own lien, and where property is sold to satisfy a first lien held by the United States, the United States may bid at the sale such sum. See, you know that they're talking about two different United States, because one United States has the lien and can bid at the sale, and the other is asking for relief. So they're talking about two different United States. But we had to know that by creating the creditor United States. We've been looking at the debtor in the funny mirror. Now we're saying, okay, well, wait a minute. Someone called the United States is holding some liens, while another is asking for relief. It says, the United States may bid at the sale such sum, not exceeding the amount of its claim, with expenses of sale as may be directed by the head or his delegate of the department or agency of the United States which has charge of the administration of the laws in respect to which the claim of the United States arises. So one United States has a claim and the other is a debtor having to pay. Okay? So, just one moment. So in any case where the United States is a bidder at the judicial sale, it may credit the amount determined to be due it against the amount it bids at such sales. So Moors wanting to redeem your properties, you will want to pay close attention to what we're stating here. Okay, with regard to us being the creditor United States, and proof of that, we put the proof on the public record a couple of weeks ago, where we, in the video that is entitled the United States Corporation, the Return of the United States Corporation Company, the creditor United States Corporation Company. I'll have to go back and look to be sure if that's the exact title. I'll have to go back and look. Yes, indeed. So, in any case in which the United States redeems real property under this section or Section 7425 of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986, the amount to be paid for such property shall be the sum of the actual amount paid by the purchaser at such sale. And this is where, again, with our liens, we want to put exact figures on there. For example, if you did a general lien of $100 million, like the ones that we were putting on the public record, as you begin to be more specific with that lien, you want to put the exact figures on there. Okay, so that's where the tax assessor records and things like that come into play. It says here the actual amount paid by the purchaser at such sale, which in the case of A purchaser who is the holder of the lien being foreclosed shall include the amount of the obligation secured by such lien to the extent satisfied by reason of such sale. Interest on the amount paid as determined under paragraph 1 at 6% per annum from the date of such sale, and the amount, if any, equal to the excess of A, the expenses necessarily incurred in connection with such property, over B, the income from such property, plus to the extent such property is used by the purchaser, a reasonable rental value of such property. So you can redeem your own the properties that you have or that you were having that went into foreclosure. You actually have the superior lien, Morris, but it has to be done in alignment with the United States, the creditor. So what you want to do is create those creditor documents. And then what do those creditor documents look like? Let me point you to the video that was done with regard to that, so that you can look and create your United States Corporation Company documents. And again, our government is not a corporation. Our government created a corporation. We were the government before before a corporation began. Okay. So let's take a look here really quickly. Just one moment. Okay. The name of the video, and I'll put it in the chat for you to create your United States Corporation Company documents. It's called The Original Gold-Backed United States Corporation Company Has Returned. So we're the creditors, and we needed to create a conveyance method by which the credits could be transferred, because debtors cannot be transmitting utilities when it comes to gold and gold-backed credits and the creditor status. So here is the link to that video in the chat. And all we did was create United States Corporation Company. We voted to incorporate a specific special purpose vehicle. That's what we call it. That's a financial term, special purpose vehicle. Our sovereign government created a specific vehicle for creditor activities to take place. And what we're going to be doing over the next couple of congressional assemblies is creating the mechanisms by which that creditor conveyance method or transmitting utility, where we can put things on the account thereof. We recently saw how very easily it is to put something on the account for the United States based on 12 USC 95A second paragraph. And let me go back and refer to that paragraph. Let's see. Just one moment. I want to go back to that paragraph really quickly. Here it is right here. So 12 USC 95A, the second paragraph, any payment, conveyance, transfer, assignment, or delivery of property or interest therein made to or for the account of the United States or as otherwise directed pursuant to this section or any rule, regulation, instruction, or direction issued hereunder shall, to the extent thereof, be a full acquittance and discharge for all purposes of the obligation of the person making the same, and no person shall be held liable in any court for or in respect to anything done or omitted in good faith, in connection with the administration of or in pursuance of or in reliance on this section or any rule, regulation, instruction, or direction issued hereunder. So what we were stating previously about how to set up and utilize these accounts with regard to anything that has to do with property, anything that has to do with any payments, any conveyance, any transfer, assignment, or delivery. This is how you do it. The way that you do it is, for example, where conveyances are concerned, first you have to create a charter for that, whatever company it is. Because right now, although we are in complete control and we have dominion over them, we actually have to give them a birth certificate for these companies because the Constitution must be their charter. And so we're going to create a charter, which is actually a bond that we create on that company, that corporation, and that property, and we give them copies of this charter that allows them to do business at ancient Morocco. And so those charters come with a 1099 and our nationality documents and our state documents, so that we can tell them where they are and what jurisdiction they're doing business under when it comes to us. So what they'll be doing is, previously they would be doing business under a corporation claiming to be a debtor, United States debtor. Well, because we're the creditor, we move them over to the creditor status, and the account is created when we charter them. And once we charter them and give them a 1099, and then we notify the IRS, which is, again, that's us in the original form, in our original status, rather, not form, but our status, and then we notify the subjects, the custodians, with the 1099 and the charter, and we'll be showing that process as well. And that's automatically going to create the account whereby the liens can be honored and the amounts moved from the lien over to their account, and they will be getting a credit, and then they'll be paying taxes on that credit that they get from us. And either they will pay taxes or they will be not taxed, depending on how they're set up, how they're chartered. With the Constitution being the charter, that's their first charter, and then their corporate charter will be the second charter that they operate from. So we're going to be showing that process over the next few days and weeks on what the bond should look like that we create, because again, the bond is a credit to us and it's also a credit to them, but we have to create them. So that, number one, so that proper accounting takes place in all that they do in their commerce, and so that lawful money is being used, because again, our liens are, according to what we just showed you in the laws about liens, our liens take priority over all others, and then anything that we need, we can transfer that amount, and then the subjects at the accounting will be making sure that the movement of the funds takes place. So it's really the movement of the funds takes place internally. That's why we're the internal revenue service, because we have revenued that exchange in lawful money. So we actually, the ancestors, when they give us information, they expect us to demonstrate it. And so we're having to demonstrate that as well, because we see that it definitely needs to be done with regard to businesses especially in this territory, and I'm sure in your territories also, that these businesses, they need to be properly chartered, lawfully chartered, so that they know that the Constitution is first, and that any credits that they get come through us and not through some unlawful courts. Okay. Islam.
Could you please show the receipt documents for the ones you showed last week concerning the what was it? The incorporation, please.
Okay, let's see. Just one moment. Okay. So these are the papers that we were talking about with regard to the United States Corporation Company, articles for incorporation. Now, these seals at the top are going to change as we proceed with what we're doing. We needed to first take dominion over these seals, and then once we took dominion over them, we retired them. We set them aside, and then we put the new ancient seals up. Now, if you'll notice, these seals have Latin on them. The new ones do also, and they're not new; they're actually ancient. So these are the incorporation documents that each we encourage you to go ahead and put these on the public record for yourselves, and we'll just scroll through them really quickly so that you can see what's on here. And it's not that long. It's a very short document. It's practically one page. And then this seal right here is our Supreme Court seal. Seal for the Supreme Court for the United States. This is ours. And then we put our government stamps and seals and signed it in blue. Okay. So these are the documents. And then these documents are going to be, we'll be adding amendments to them over time. That way we keep it updated And we also, as we come across the information, we will be putting it out there and adding things and putting and doing more to with regard to this particular special purpose vehicle for our commerce.
Islam. Gratitude for the showing that again. Though I was looking for like the receipt, the mail receipt that it was sent and received. Yeah.
Oh, let's see.
Is it?
Just one moment. Let's see. That would be it's going to pop up on the screen shortly. Here's the delivery receipt. In fact, let me just copy it onto the page. There's the delivery receipt right there. Oops. That was for the Articles for Incorporation for our United States corporation company, the creditors. So,
Gratitude. I have it.
Islam.
Because I was add retype that one and just add the receipt to mine and put it in post because it's all the same as far as I'm concerned.
It is. We're one, and that's why as more create theirs, you can use this delivery receipt to show that proper notification was given from our courts. So all Moors can use this receipt.
Exactly. Gratitude.
Islam. Okay. Islam, nobility, if you could speak up just a little bit.
Okay. I wanted to ask, since you brought up this receipt for your mail delivery, what happens when I sent a lien for a presentment around the 5th or 7th of October, and when I go to track it to see where it went, it should have been at its destination by now, but it's never reached there. It's been sitting at the same facility for about going on 2 to 3 weeks now. So how do I try to...
Okay. So how did you use fiat to send it or sovereign credits to send it?
No, I sent it the Empire State of Morocco address or mailing location, and then right to the custodian of the corporation that I was sending it to, and with the what's the other thing? No postage necessary.
Oh, good. Okay. So in some of the places, there's no one in those places to pick things up. Okay. In many of the places, there's no one there to pick up the things. So according to the mailbox rule and the posting rule, remember we talked about those we've mentioned them several times. Notice to agent is notice to principal. The post office is an agent for both sides, by the way. So when you give it to the post office, it's considered delivered, and we proceed as if the actual subject that we sent it to picked it up themselves. We just go ahead and proceed because that is still proper notification.
Well, the other thing is, like, they haven't changed anything on the account saying that they either accept or zero out the account, because it's for the PICO and I guess the electric and gas company, and I sent the lien and everything to them. So I'm just trying to see what happened there. Oh, I did notice this though, that when I tried to go on the website to check the account, they couldn't find the account. And then when I put the password and username in it, then the account popped up. But that didn't always happen. I don't know what was going on with that.
So the account doesn't exist until we say it does by our actions. Okay. The account was an offer from them. So you are actually the one who has to either accept the offer or not. The one thing that the ancestors are saying that it's time for us to start doing where our liens are concerned is to send a 1099 and then also notify the subjects at the IRS, at our IRS offices. When you send the 1099 and tell them how much to pull from that lien, that they are to pull each month statement amount from that lien, then that happens internally in their place. You don't even need a bank account really to even do that, because it's happening on their books. And I say their books, but the books are really our books. So I would encourage you to send a 1099 with that. If you don't feel comfortable with notice to agent is notice to principal, and you want to see that someone picked it up, I would encourage you to send it again, and this time also send a 1099 acquisition with it, a 1099 acquisition form with it. And when I say a 1099 acquisition form, that's just an IRS form that you create that's in red, that looks just like that other one, the one that they put out. So we craft our own. I would send it with the amount due, whatever they're saying is due, that amount is what would be on there. Or whatever they're saying is whatever they're offering those services for. And I would do it for up to a year, or maybe 2 years or 5 years.
That's long, yeah. Well, they did send one saying that last month's bill wasn't paid, so now they're adding on to what the balance is. So I got to figure out a way to
accept that.
Yeah, I'm trying not to get it. Yeah, a way to accept it so that the electric won't be shut off. So me and my consort, she's going through the roof right now. I'm trying to figure out what to do next. So I'm trying.
Okay, so you have to accept that properly, and a 1099 along with the lien would be in order, saying that you're acquiring it, not abandoning. Because see, people send a 1099-A or they send a 1099-A for things, and they wonder why nothing happens. And I'm not saying this is in your case because you haven't sent one yet. I'm just saying in the past, people will send a 1099-A not knowing that means 1099 abandon or 1099 acquisition. You have to choose which one that A stands for. And then an OID, a 1099 original issue discount for that amount also is due, is appropriate. Do the study on 1099s so that you know which one to send. And then a 1099-A and a 1099 OID. In some cases, you may send both. One will be for your government, and one will be for the subjects to add to the account to balance the account out. Okay. And yes, Empress Shea Marie Bay, she put the 1099-C cancellation of debt. You could do that also, but you have to state that it's for cancellation of debt. Okay.
Anybody have the actual 1099?
You can Google that. You can Google that.
So that's just a 1099. She got 1099C. Okay. So that's a different 1099. They got several different ones.
They got several different ones. There's a 1099, just a plain 1099. Then there's a 1099A. Oh man, they have a whole bunch of the 1099K is the card. It's for our merchant cards. The 1099K, the 1099 OID, original issue discount. Well, we're the originals. We gave the original issue. And the discount would be for the entire amount for no matter what it is. So we actually need to do that for all of the liens that we've done. We need to go back now and issue, and hopefully you've kept good records of the liens that you've issued. And then go back and do a 1099A. Let me just look. Let me show you what we have done with regard to, or at least tell you the number, the different 1099s that are applicable.
Islam, I have a question while you're searching that. So as I sit and listen, I'm thinking like, okay, so you was mentioning the 1099s and the liens, and because with a fiduciary, we're everything in between of all sides, the beneficiary, the fiduciary, the trustee, the executor. So wouldn't we also send the fiduciary affidavit with that also, and also the command for the release of any credits in a form of a check? That possibly could be a thing too.
That's a demonstration you may want to do, Empress. I don't see anything in these in the things that say that we can't do that. And again, nothing can tell us what we can and cannot do. We actually get to state that. So yeah, I would give that. I would look at that and see, what it is that, how best to use it to our advantage, because all of it belongs to us. We just have to know how to use it. So I'm going to put something on the screen, some study that we had done earlier with regard to that whole 1099 process. And we did a mandamus writ. And this might look a little confusing, but it's really let me show you the chart part, so because the chart part will kind of break everything down to what it really is. So a 1099A acquisition for secured party, and this is written in ancient English for those who are familiar with our ancient language, our national language. 1099C is a cancellation for all debt for United States federal persons debt, Public Law 7310, Gold Reserve Law for 1934, and House Resolution 6976. 1099G is government acquisitions and government cancellation for debt and all of that. So a 1099G would actually be more appropriate when you're talking about the United States. Okay, so this is so Justice Akil, I take back the 1099A and add the correction of a 1099G.
Okay.
Okay. 1099H is for healthcare, health and healing coverage. So Moors who need to do things with regard to healing and healthcare coverage, a 1099H and a lien together, along with your fiduciary documents, your Moorish ID, your Moorish state IDs, and we've shown you those as well. The 1099K is for merchant cards. This is a government card that we have created And this 1099K affidavit makes it so that things can be put on your merchant card. 1099 OID, original issue discount. The 1099Q affidavit is for payment for qualified erudition programs. In other words, some would call it education, but the 1099Q is to cover all of that, student loans, all of that. The 1099Q gets all of that back to you. It credits it back to you. The 1099R affidavit, that's for distributions for pensions, annuity, retirement, and profit sharing plans, and anything that has to do with retirement. So anyone who's looking at any type of a pension, VA benefits, anything like that, the 1099R is going to credit that back to you. The 1099 DIV affidavit is government dividends and distributions. Okay. And then the 1040V is a payment affidavit. Do the study on the 1040V, because the 1040V is what is used when you want that payment to come back to you and you tell them where that payment goes, 1040V. Okay. So this is an affidavit. I'm trying to think, when did we do this affidavit in this study? I think this was, let me take a look.
Islam, Empress.
Islam.
Is this particular document in the 40 plus documents?
No, this one is not in the 40 plus documents. This was some study that we were doing while we after we put the 40 documents on the public record, because this document is actually considered a blue document. This is an admiralty document. This document goes with all of the 1099s, whatever it is that you're having done, nobility. This document would go with all of those to state in our language what we're doing.
How do I obtain this one?
This one will be under this video.
Oh, okay.
Islam. We have done a lot of study, and also here, this is some language. When we were doing the study on the Securities and Exchange Commission, and this is where this study came in at. Okay. This is for proper recording of all credits, commands, and reconciliations, nunc pro tunc, for all. And we did say for all. So for all Moors, that's what this is for. Okay? That's why it's in our national language. Any financial documents, even according to the European Union, and we showed this a couple of weeks back, even according to the European Union, whenever you're putting financial proclamations and commands on a public record, you put it in your national language and then in commercial English. So that's why we do it in ancient English, and then we turn right around and send the form or whatever, and we reconstruct the form, because this is the Great Reconstruction and the Great Reformation. And then here we quoted the laws that we were using. House Resolution 70 provides for the issuance of lawful United States dollars, to include lawful gold-backed Moorish sovereign dollarium, which does expand the volume of lawful public commercial dollars for the purchasing and coining of gold and silver to protect the gold reserves for the United States, which does hereby state the fullness of the manifestation for the previous national emergency. Because what's going on right now is, just a minute, there's a little bit of noise coming from somewhere. Just one moment. Okay. And then here's some other language that we were doing a deep dive study into the Securities and Exchange Commission and the things that we as the Securities and Exchange Commission for our states and nations do. And we found some other laws where gold reserves are concerned and things like that. And all of that is listed here as well. So if you want to, look into some of this, a government obligation as defined in 31 CFR 225.2, things with regard to the United States and the securities laws. Okay, so we've activated a lot of these security laws for us and that work in our favor, where the deposit of money and equivalent sovereign credits are concerned, uniform accounting principles consistent with the GAAP, and you can look that up, 12 USC 1813, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So if I were you and you want to really look at what the wide latitude that we have as the government and the many things that we can do in order to recuperate and balance the books where credits are concerned. And then here we quoted 12 United States Code 95A Part 2, where hence no person shall be held liable in any court in respect to anything done or omitted in good faith pursuant to 12 United States Code 95A 2. So we will put this document under what you're doing. And then this one is talking about, this one lists our account, the United States account. This lawful document is both a general and specific command to properly record all credits, payments, and commands. Specifically, all payments are hereby made for the above-named United States obligations to include the 1099-K card are hereby transferred from the United States Treasury creditor account number 999999999. The routing number is 051-736-158. 2 custodial programs, and we put services here. We're going to change this to programs or custodial works. We can put programs and custodial works and public works, rather. Yeah, it would be public works. And at this time, we were also thinking about our Moors who are, some who are still behind bars. Everything that we do, we're always thinking about our Moors behind bars to make sure that we do not miss them when it comes to all of the benefits and things that we have and that we're putting on the public record and that we're demonstrating. So we put this for the Bureau for Prisons, all jails, all prisons, detention centers, and mental health facilities in the care of custodial servants in the offices for said services for Empire State of Morocco. And we're going to change this to programs. And public works. So, and then here we mentioned corpus sanctum. That's a holy living corporation. That's what a corpus sanctum is. Unum sanctum says that they are all one body. Okay. So, Empress Shea Marie, thank you so much for bringing up the 1099-C in the chat. Because we have done the study on all of the 1099s available for now for what we're doing. And we find that there are several, 9 of them actually, that we can use at any time in order to, and also Empress Shea Marie, I did not get your email, by the way, just as a side note, because the email was full. So it's probably sitting in the queue waiting for us to finish clearing as many as we can clear. Islam. So I want you to make sure, I wanted to make sure that I let you know I'm not ignoring your email. I just don't see it in the queue yet because we ran out of space in there. But we're clearing it, Islam. So are there any questions about any of this that we have here on the screen as well? Islam. And again, when we're talking about things like restitution and things like that, people have been improperly stating something about reparations. It's not reparations, it's restitution. And restitution is granted by court. So we restore our own vast estate when we look into these things and put them on the public record and state for the public record that this is what we're doing, so that proper notification is done both on the public record and then we follow it up with in writing. Okay, we write the law and then this is what we're going to be doing as we're chartering the resources in our territories. They all need a birth certificate, all of them. And we're going to show you how to create their birth certificate for the companies. They all need a birth certificate, and that they need to be birthed at ancient Morocco. And we have to do it. And not only that, but when we birth them, we tell them, yes, we're the original IRS. And we've already put that on the public record as well, including, and we even gave all of the creditor codes. So we went through the IRS code and we said, okay, all of our accounts have these codes, and all of those codes are creditor codes. So those creditor codes, and we've shown you that previously. I believe the creditor codes will go with. In fact, let's go ahead and pull that one up as well. Now that we've brought it up, let's bring that one up too.
If you show the bottom of this document, is it the same as all of them?
Let me take a look here. I'll show the bottom of it. It is, yeah, it's the same as all of the rest of them.
Gratitude.
Islam. Okay, so let me show you the IRS document. With all the creditor codes, and you know, this is how you charter a company, the resources. Just one moment. Because you're actually going to tell them how to set up the account for the United States. And this has to go to court, those inferior courts, so that when we issue our rulings, that the subjects can reconcile the debt with the credit for the United States. Again, the credit is the people's credit. We're the people. Okay? And so that way, no person can be held in any court. They can't be held liable in any court for any payments, conveyances, transfers, etc., because it all goes on our account, which is the creditors. Okay? And these, again, it's written in ancient English because it has to be written in our original language first. And then when we send it, we send this, and then we send the blue commercial admiralty law document in commercial English. We're the Internal Revenue Service. Here it states it, and this we sent years ago. This one we sent in 2019, I believe. We're the Internal Revenue Service. We're the United States Federal Reserve. We're the United States Treasury, which is backed by gold, silver, precious metals, land, and rare earth minerals. We are the International Monetary Fund. We are the Bank for International Settlements, the Bank for International Settlements. We're also the Natural Divine United Nations. And then for those creditor codes, you can look. Islam?
We can't see the document, Amber.
Oh, okay. Oh, my apologies. Just one moment. Let me make sure that I'm putting it up here. Just one moment. Okay. All right. Thank you for that, nobilities. This is the document. Can you see it now? And that goes back to the birth certificate. It needs to be produced by the living United States Corporation. One moment. So that just one moment. Let me turn this off. And put the document back up. Just one moment. Just one moment. Thank you. Just one moment. Okay. You should be able to see the document, but let me share it. Make sure. Okay. Here's the document. My apologies, nobility. So this is the notification of sovereign government status and standing for the Internal Revenue Service. And this is invocation for all sovereign creditor rights, credits, and benefits. Can you see it on the screen here, nobility?
Yes.
Okay, Islam.
It's clear, yes.
Okay, thank you. So in this document, we sent this document out in 2019, and we put the creditor codes for all of our accounts on the public record. We are the Internal Revenue Service. We are the United States Federal Reserve, in red and all lowercase letters for all of this. First, we are the United States Treasury, which is backed by gold, silver, precious metals, land, and rare earth minerals. We are the Sovereign, Universal, Original, Indigenous, Natural, Divine, International Monetary Fund, or the IMF. We are the Sovereign, Universal, Original, Indigenous, Natural, Divine Bank for International Settlements. And then we are also the United Nations, Islam. And then what we did was we went through the codes, the creditor codes. We set up our account, which is all nines. And then what we did was we notified the subjects that are in the Office of Internal Revenue Service. And here are the exemption codes that we put on the account. First, we are not taxed, AA 222-141A1 true. So that was the first code, whereby we stated that we are charitable, Catholic, religious, private, political, commercial, and we are not taxed. Now, let me explain just briefly what these words mean. The word Catholic in all lowercase letters means universal. But that word was hypothecated and subrogated by the frauds. Religious means the law. The law is our religion. Religion is something that people practice, rituals that they practice. Well, the law is who we are, and it is also what we do. So it's not even practice for us. It is actually what we do. One moment. There is just a moment. Okay. Okay. Religious, private, political, commercial, and we are not taxed. All of these terms right here are IRS terms or revenuing terms. These are court terms that state who we are and that provide for the proper coding to be put on everything that we do where credit is concerned. These terms are used in the creditor codes. So all internal revenue federal codes, statutes, and sections to include, let me just start that sentence from the beginning. We are exercising all of our sovereign or universal, original, indigenous, natural, divine rights at this time and at all points in time as sovereign claimants and sovereign heirs to all benefits in all public laws, all internal revenue service federal codes, statutes, and sections to include Internal Revenue Service Exemption Sections 501, 508, 503, 509, 527, and all others. When you look in those codes, and we can actually put, when you look in these codes, these are all creditor codes in the Internal Revenue Service manual. Then we pulled up some other codes, some other creditor codes that are perpetual. Master file codes. Master file credit code 6209 section 8A. Whereas 6209 section 8A sovereign master file credit codes 131, 700, and 800 are hereby applied to all sovereign resource accounts. So that's all Moors who assent to being a part of the creditor status. These are the codes that go on your master file account. We had to create them because debtors cannot create creditor accounts. And then we notified. We're going to continue to notify. And these codes are actually what need to be sent to charter our accounts at all of these other places like car dealership or conveyance dealerships and grocery stores and things like that, the corporate offices, the home offices. When we're setting up our United States account so that all Moors can use it, This is how these accounts should be set up in the system, so that the system recognizes AA222141 as the creditor code and will zero out the receipt. Okay, and post that to the account for the United States. So these are steps that the ancestors are adding to our, yes, Justice Malik says universal means currency. Yes, it does. These are steps that we're adding to our demonstrations so that our demonstrations continue to do what needs to be done in terms of Moors using lawful money and also using the credit for the people, by the people, which is the people's credit. So this is how that has to be. It has to be set up from the top all the way down. Okay. So even when we send things, there's also another creditor code, but these codes hereby apply to all sovereign resource accounts, means that all penalties, freezes, delays, holds, losses, negative offsets, deficiencies, delinquencies, fees, negative defaults, costs, liens, expenses, negative interest, restrictions, withheld taxes, underpayments, negative adjustments, blocks, negative assessments, liabilities, collections, loans, mortgages, erroneous postings, negative transfers, dead pledges, and debits are credits. So all of this is credit. And again, these words here, we actually saw these words in the coding where debtors are concerned, and we said, okay, we're going to make sure that we put in this coding the creditor language that says that all of that is a credit to us. So what are we doing? Moving mortgages from the debtor column and balancing the books and putting it as a credit to us, the United States. Okay? The States United, who are the creditors, whereas there was a debtor United States, Islam. So there are credits to the sovereign resource accounts for all sovereign Moorish Americans, effective at all points in time to include the now time. And then whereas 6209 Section 8A Sovereign Master File Credit Code 770 is hereby applied to all sovereign resource accounts. All interest on credit Code 770 is hereby applied and are now credits in the sovereign resource accounts for all sovereign Moorish Americans. And I should put "and their subject." W-4 income proclamation, and this is for the ones that are going to be working, employed, etc., using or manifesting in that dimension. There's a creditor codes for that. 1099A and 1099's original issue discount proclamation and command. And here we'll just add and all 1099 actions. All 1099 actions, so this is going to coincide with what we just showed you on the other 1099 document. So we've done a lot of the deep dive research into how to properly classify and name the credits. Sovereign de minimis fringe benefits. This is things like copier and printing services. So when you charter the copier companies like FedEx, Kinko's, and all of them, and you set up the accounts there, which we're going to be doing that here also, and Office Depot, the places where we get ink and paper and all of these other things, this is how all of that, and the cell phones, this is where all of that comes in at. This is how those accounts are to be set up. De minimis fringe benefits is where cell phones and things like that come in at. Flowers, fruits, books, gifts, etc., provided for special circumstances. Cellular communication devices used primarily for sovereign government purposes. Items with a value exceeding 10,000 sovereign credits shall not be considered de minimis. So if your cell phone services is over 10,000 credits per year, then it doesn't mean that it's not going to be paid for. It just means that, and not paid for, but prepaid. It just means that it goes into a different classification because it's higher end. And at some point, they will be higher end at some point. For right now, though, those are de minimis fringe benefits. And that's a term, de minimis fringe benefits is a term mentioned in the Internal Revenue Service Manual for anything under a certain amount. I think it's anything under 10,000. Okay. So even holiday gifts or holy day gifts, entertainment venues and events, like some corporations used to buy tickets to games or box seats to games and things like that. We, as the government, have the authority to do that as well and take advantage of that as well. There's a way to do it so that it does not conflict our interests, so that it's not a conflict of interest, and so that everything is properly noted and stated. Okay. So where cash is concerned, sovereign lawful cash provides no ministerial duty to account for and is not a sovereign de minimis fringe benefit. That just means that cash, we don't normally do a whole listing where cash is concerned of laying that out unless it exceeds a certain amount. But de minimis cash, anything under 10,000, is not something that we need to make a big deal about in terms of noting it in what we're doing, because that's something where when we go out and do things, we'll be tipping those who assist us, the waiters and waitresses and everyone will be tipping as well in cash, and that's not something that where we have to do a whole big tax write-up for that. And that's according to the manual. Those are expense accounts that if it's under 10,000, keep the receipt and do whatever, in that manner. Just make sure that we keep hold of our receipts and keep an account of what we're doing so that we don't go over the 10,000, but if we do go over the 10,000, that it's properly noted. Okay. So we don't have any limits, but we do have to ensure proper accounting on our vast estate. Islam nobility.
I was thinking would you like to make known? I hear an echo.
Let me see.
Then,
go ahead, nobility.
Yes, I was thinking along the lines of 10,000 per cell phone per transaction captured item, as opposed to one lump sum, 10,000 for all the named items you have there. Per thousand, per transaction, per cell phone. So if you have 5 or 6 cell phones within a given family, that'll be a limitation of 10,000 per person, per cell phone. I was wondering, you may want to take that in consideration. Islam.
You're muted, Empress Light.
You're muted.
Okay. I wanted to be able to hear Justice Azim, and there was some echo. I wanted to make sure it wasn't me. So yes, we will put that, Justice Azim. It is mentioned in there. And it infers it here in the writing, but we'll clarify it. It says, whereas a sovereign de minimis fringe benefit is one which is of a minimal value and is used frequently and is of such a small value that accounting for said benefit is unreasonable and impractical. Sovereign de minimis fringe benefits include items such as, and it says that, but we will go ahead and add
Islam also. Is this to be written in blue also?
It
for
is
the
yes, it's going to be written in blue in commercial English or common English, which is what they taught us in those schools. Said benefit is 10,000 per occurrence. 10,000 credits per occurrence, i.e. 10,000 per cell phone. Or gift. Or gift. And let's make sure we spell this correctly. There. Per cellular phone or cellular device or gift. Okay. Justice Azim, is this wording sufficient? Said benefit is 10,000 credits per occurrence, i.e. 10,000 per cellular device or gift.
Correct. And also inclusive of accessories.
Islam.
Islam.
Thank you, nobility.
You're very welcome. Islam.
Islam. Accessories. Okay. This is why it's so important to have, to have everything come by this Congress, because we there's some, we try to make sure we include everything in what we're saying, but sometimes we miss the mark on including everything in it, and this Congress will always catch it. You always catch it, always. And for that, I am so grateful. So as we're chartering these resources and setting up the accounts, this is how the accounts are set up. Is they're going to be setting them up internally based on what we say what we tell them, and then we will issue the 1099s, and then that we have reformed or replicated, and then we will send copies of everything, of the charter and everything, to the custodians at the Internal Revenue Service offices that are ours. And as you know, those offices are the same place, but they're ancient Morocco instead of Washington, D.C., USA Corporation. They're at ancient Morocco. So the address is the same. It's just that address is an ancient on ancient land instead of only existing as a court. So that's how the accounts get set up, is they set them up, and then all they do is move things from the debtor side to the creditor side, and then they report to the stakeholders, which is us, at a certain time of year. They just publish on the public record, this is how much came in, this is what was done, this is the amount of taxes that we were able to mitigate, because you want to mitigate taxation based on the fact that they are in alignment with the Constitution for the United States. And then that is also where proper appropriation comes from as well, Morris. Proper appropriation, where the Treasury is concerned, is us approving and accepting the whatever it is that they put. And it's not charges, we're accepting the offer. There's a difference between an offer and some charges. Okay? Charges is not the same as an offer. It looks the same, and some have been calling it the same thing. Yes, Justice Akil, it will be under there. Yes. And then at our next meeting, hopefully at our next meeting, because every time I say that, the ancestors give us something else and say this first. But in the coming meetings, we are going to be showing you our live birth certificates and what they look like and how that works and all of that, so that we know, again, that it's on the public record that this is a creditor instrument, and that this creditor instrument, the custodians at the Internal Revenue Service will set up the creditor account according to this instrument that we create under our United States, our gold-backed United States Corporation Company. And then what will happen is, every time something comes in, for example, if we get a conveyance or a domicile, and we send that 1099 along with the lien to get the account set up first, okay? And they call it, this is what they called it. They said it was a quote-unquote wholesale account. And that makes sense to me based on the meaning of those two words. That means the whole sale is prepaid and goes on to the account for the United States. So that was the term that I was given, or not given, that was stated when I was doing the court action at a recent venue where we're going to be chartering them. They said, well, in order for it to be not taxed, you have to set up a wholesale account. Okay, that's a United States account. So that the whole sale is posted to the account for the people, the credit. But we have to charter them because, you know, they're currently, that's why everything looks a little weird out there a little bit, where all of these companies and quote-unquote courts and all of that, they needed to be chartered. And so we actually have to take the time to charter each one that we're using. And why not start with yourself? Save yourself. Whatever services that you're needing, charter that. Charter the utilities companies. Charter, we have to do the public works piece. You know, we got to charter that. And we're going to be showing you, you know, how we're doing it here at this territory. I will say this. I had an experience the other day where I went and I caught the public transportation bus because, as you know, we've spoken to that previously on the public record about people should not have to pay for public services, public works rather. And sure enough, when I went on to this, because you know we don't even keep fiat on us. And so I got on, and as soon me and two others got on, and we went on and sat down. Nobody said anything about paying anything. In fact, the driver was partitioned off by a glass something, and then others came on after us, and it was just ironic that the three of us came on. We didn't have on any masks because, you know, we don't wear masks unless we want to wear a mask. You know, if we cutting grass or doing something where we feel like we need a mask. Okay. But the three that got on, the two that got on at the same time that we got on, none of us put any fiat in the thing. And we went and sat down, and no one said anything. It was, you know, just a regular get on the bus and sit down. And then after we got on, some others came on, three others came on behind us. They were wearing masks. They put their whatever it is in there because they were getting transfers, you know. I think if you're doing one ride someplace, then you don't pay. But if you're going to be changing buses, you do. They were saying that you do pay. Well, you know, even those that are doing transfers shouldn't have to pay because it's still public. So that told me that we still have more work to do. And again, we got on at one stop and got off, didn't have to do a transfer or anything. But I just wanted to see what it was going on, you know, because every now and then I'll go out into the territory and just demonstrate some things and see if the commands are being followed properly. And whenever we see that the commands are being followed properly, okay, that's great. And in that case, it was where we were concerned, but there were some who came after us who probably just didn't know that a change had taken place. And I'm assuming that they probably just didn't know because they still were wearing masks, and that thing's been over, you know, for them for a while. You know, not even the bus driver was wearing a mask. So there was no need for them to do that, but maybe they just did not know that they didn't have to put anything in there. So we're just going to keep demonstrating and keep going out looking and seeing how things go. And, you know, we had our Moorish ID with us, so if we would have had to demonstrate that we're the public and this is a public work that's happening here with buses and things like that. So that just told me that, yes, they're listening to what we say, but there's more work that we have to do so that everyone knows that public works is in full effect at all the territories, you know. Islam nobility.
You made a point about the bus.
Mm-hmm.
The subject operator, he or she, will be held accountable for those transfers. So I don't know how you would look at that.
They will go on to
they are held
of the United States. They should have been doing that anyway. Yeah. They will go on to the account of the United States. Everything does, because again, you know, just like we were showing here, any conveyance, any payment. It says any payment, any conveyance, any transfer. That means a bus transfer also. Any assignment or delivery of property or interest therein made to or for the account of the United States, and we say for the United States, or as otherwise directed pursuant to this section, or any rule, any regulation, any instruction, any direction issued hereunder shall, to the extent thereof, be a full acquittance and discharge for all purposes of the obligation of the person making the same, and no person, that means no one getting on the bus should be held liable to have to make any payment, conveyance, transfer, assignment, or delivery on public works. The purpose of public transportation was always supposed to be to assist the public in getting where they're going freely, because there is the public. So we're going to continue demonstrating our sovereign status, using our courts to speak to King County, public transportation, and so on and so forth, to make sure that everyone is clear that the public does not pay for public works. Islam,
and I second that with a yay for that, because at New York we have the same with public transportation, and I just get on with the buses. Though with the trains and the subways, they have their, turnstiles and such, and I do carry my ID and my national ID. Let me make it to the point clear. And I've done the paperwork as far as putting all those persons on notice and leaning them with their EIN numbers and such. They have not.
The 1099. You need to do the 1099. Send that.
Okay, I will be doing that. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is important that we do that, because they need to be, if they're going to be collecting anything, they need to be paying taxes on it. And it's one thing that when they do it as a public work, then they don't have to pay taxes on it. But see, the public has to say that. The public has to put that, has to speak that. Thus the republic, and only the government can exempt someone from taxes. So that's why we have to do the work that we're doing. Islam.
Well, all public buses, trains, highways, byways, all of those things were prepaid long before they started construction or built those items.
Yes. Yes.
Islam.
Yes. Guess who paid it? Guess who prepaid it?
We did. Our ancestors. Yes.
God did.
God did that. Yes. Now, ain't God good? Okay. We're the only ones who can put that, can activate it and make it so that it's everyone. And I don't care what color your skin is or what your bloodline is. When you get on public services, it should be public works, and no one should be passing, and especially not no fiat around for a public work, because it's already go back and taken care of. So, because if you really think about the people who get on there, and the people have been turned away who really needed to get somewhere, trying to get to the hospital to see a loved one, and you can't even get on because you don't have no fiat. Well, no, that's not how we set this up. Ancient Morocco is not set up that way. It is our customs and usage not to be having debt sloshing around everywhere. We just don't do it that way here. And that's why everybody wanted to come here. And so we have to make this a beautiful place like that again, and only we can do that. So that's what we're doing. The republic, make everything public again. Nobody can activate that account and that trust but us. So we've done that on the public record. And that's an ongoing process. We're going to continue everywhere. And the beautiful thing about that, Moors, is that it actually, we help ourselves first by doing it and then demonstrating it. So the things that we've put on the public record, when we put it all together, it's going to be a very beautiful process. It already is very beautiful processes.
Islam, I'm sorry. Not forgetting the public law 856, chapter 807. That is the removal for all foreign actors and presumed foreign jurisdiction. And because my consort and I, we was reading that over, and that's a very powerful document and language that states that we have freedom of usage of all minerals and things. Because it was speaking about oil, but when you think about oil and its usage for everything around the whole entire globe, I mean that just powers everything.
Mm-hmm.
So
can you put a link to that public law in the chat so that the Moors can look at it?
Oh yeah, we did it as a group, and so yeah. Let me see if I can hold on.
If you can, Empress. If not, we'll just Moors will have to go ahead and look it up, because it'll pop up. It'll pop up, I'm sure. So, Justice Akil, with regard to changes to any of the things that we put out there, Moors can change them at will. Because I see you put in the chat about, now that there's changes to the document. We make changes to things quite often, and we put it on the public record. Moors can freely make changes according to their study, because sometimes Moors will see things in their study that's specific to their particular territory or their, what they're doing. Thank you, Empress Angel. She put it in the chat. The download, just one moment, and I'm gonna open that up at another. Thank you so much, Empress. That
Islam, you're welcome.
Islam. So, Moors, let us. Are there any other questions or comments about setting up the accounts? We're going to be showing how the documentation that we're putting together to set up the United States account for the utilities, for conveyances, domiciles, anything that we will send to these to the companies to charter them. Okay. Is what we're going to do. And when we charter them and put the 1099K in there, then that means every time we show our merchant card, our prepaid merchant card, they can just put it on the prepaid merchant card. Isn't that awesome? Because that's a government merchant card. And 1099K is set up for that. And those match our liens, and they match the amounts on our lien. So it's prepaid up to the amount of the lien. So it's coming together more. Patience is a virtue in this whole thing, even though things are speeding up very quickly. But it's all coming together beautifully the way that the ancestors have put this all together. We needed to create the creditor conveyance method and the financial and economic system. We needed to create it and then connect it to the ancient system. And the ancient system is a spiritual one first. Then that's why we had to seek ye first the empire, and all of those things will be added unto us. That's a given. All of those things are already added. We're the ones who are doing the adding. Okay? And so it's an ongoing process on setting up the United States account. Any court, they need to have a United States account set up. So we do the lien and then start sending out the documentation, and we're gonna put that stuff in there. We're going to put all of that together and start presenting bonds. These creditor bonds that we present, the bond and the 1099 and the creditor codes and the charter is how companies and resources are utilized. So that way on their records, because see, this is one thing I know about companies, and many of you know this too because you've worked in companies in accounting departments and things. When you say, I want to set up an account, they go into their system and they in the past, all they would do was take a bunch of information. Okay, what's the name on the account? And they would put that in their system. And they would say, okay, what's the address on the account? Which is a jurisdictional question. And then they would say, are there any others who are going to be using the account? Oh, yes, all Moors. Anyone with a national ID is going to be using this account. And then they would say, okay, with this account, generally they would read to you like what the limits are, what the interest rate is, and all of that. But in our case, we give them that information. There's no interest on gold, but excuse me, but there is interest as we so dictate on credit exchanges, just however we choose to do that. And we don't have to reinvent the wheel. Everything is already set out there. All we have to do is take it, elevate it to make it the law, and use it. So what we're doing now is setting up our merchant card accounts and any other sovereign resource accounts. This is more on that. We began introducing this process probably, a year or so ago. And now we're adding to it as the ancestors have given us. They wanted us to demonstrate a few things on how we would do this and this and this and this, and we demonstrated that. And now they're saying, okay, now you're ready to go ahead and, now that you know how accounts work, now that you know who the creditors are, now that you know that each company can actually open the account for the United States according to whatever you send them, whatever you state from your court, then begin setting up the accounts so that you can use them. Okay? And again, a wholesale, that's two separate words. And we know that the word sale is a derivative of the word salt or salary. All three of those words go together. And salt pay, and we'll just round this back out to where we started at the beginning. We started at the beginning of this talking about Rome and Roman words and Romance languages and Romance letters, Roman words. We started it talking about that, and the word sale is a derivative of salt. And back in the Roman days, we used to get paid in what they call salt pay. The Roman soldiers would prefer to be paid in salt because it kept their bodies alkaline, so that they wouldn't need to keep, they didn't have to worry about overweight, being overweight. And I'm not saying anything's wrong with that. I'm talking about back then. They were not overweight or slowed, or they didn't have health issues because of the salt, the natural sea salt and natural minerals that they got. And so they took that as their pay. And that's where the word salary came from, salt pay. So when you look up the word salary, it will say that. And then the word sale comes from some type of an exchange by means of that which is natural. In our case, it's gold, silver. We even added sea salt to our United States account because we have access to sea salt in the hundreds of millions or trillions. It's even in as much sea water as you see. We have access to that much sea salt. So and much of that we can put our hands on today. So we can access 100 million in sea salt right now if we needed to. But what we're doing now is setting up the accounts with that as part of the backing, that and the gold on our land. And then, of course, our own live birth certificates that we have created. Those are creditor instruments, and we're going to show how to use those as well. So the things that people were trying to do with those dead birth certificates, they were actually modeling for us what to do with the replicates that we create. But it must be first established that you are the living heirs and that you're not held as surety for anything or anyone, which we've put that on the public record. Nationality documents put that on the public record. So with that being said, is there anything further? Did we miss anything? Did we overlook any information? Islam Empress.
Since we're doing the accounts, is this also going to be tied into just compensation for anybody, any people wronged, or having any, things that they have suit or claim of?
In a way, yes. Okay, and the reason I say in a way is because hybrid and that other system could not do anything with us if we had not pretended to be in that system in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
They couldn't have done any of that. But it was by our own assent that system even existed or acted on anything. So the answer to your question is yes, there is compensation for that. It has to come through our courts, and the presumed debt has to go on first. Whoever it is that's bringing it, you have to be on opposing sides. And when I say opposing sides, all corporate contracts must be terminated so that there's no debtor-co-debtor relationship there. And Empress, you're aware of that already, but some Moors out there don't know who hear that question.
Mm-hmm.
But the answer is yes, there is recompense and redemption for the Moors for things that have happened, because that's actually, believe it or not, and it's not a matter of belief, but that is how it's through our courts and those actions, Empress, that our lawful sovereign money will spread.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yes.
And the bank credits that go with it.
Mm-hmm. Yes, because speaking from me as the demonstration that I did as regards to the the covert op that was done against us, and how I stood and many others stood against that and refused to take the jab, they ruled in our favor. Well, we always had the favor, but our courts that we spoke to, did their job and carried it out. And so I'm doing my demonstrations further to, state that. And I have a LODIA cost schedule on the public record. And I've done the math. And, for the compensation, and according to the Constitution, there are compensation, for any wrongful things that were done against us.
Islam.
And so, yeah.
Islam and there's an echo. So just one moment. Let me make sure. Okay. Yes, there is recompense for that. And it starts with proper identification of the parties. So now I wanted to take just a moment. You know what? We'll save this for next time, because there was, with regard to, well, let's just introduce it as well. So now we've been talking about the United States and all of that. We are the States United. The Moorish National Republic federal government is the government, and then we have Washington, which is a state. We have your states that you govern. And so with regard to our sovereign states and public works, there is mention, and we actually need to rewrite some of this, but the law for Algeciras regarding public works, for those who want to see the Moorish Empire mentioned in the documentation, I'll put this link here, and we'll also put this link under this video as well so that you can read about the Moorish Empire. Articles 33 through 35 and Article 37 through 39 talks about banking and the Moorish government. Okay, this is again, some call it the Act at Algeciras, 1906. This is I've given you the International Court for Justice and the Court for International, the International Court for Justice, which has another name. It's the Court for International Justice, depending on who's governing it. And of course, we're that court as well. We govern that. And so they're talking here in these articles about, this is since 1906, about banking and the Moorish government and the Moorish Empire. Article 33, and we'll just read through these really quickly. The bank shall, and the bank being us, to the exclusion of every other bank or establishment of credit, discharge the duty of disbursing treasurer of the empire. So this is where, in this law for Algeciras, it states that we are to be the treasury and the treasurer for the empire. Our bank is supposed to do that. Okay? And that is why we have taken, thank you, Justice Why Not, in the chat. That is why we have taken the stance that we've taken, the stand that we have taken, and this is also why what gives us, or it doesn't give us, but it affirms our authority to do all that we're doing. I see something in the chat that it says, since I have a lien on the NFL, can I use the account to acquire payment for a team because I was never paid with real money or use of a bond? So the answer to your question is yes, but there's a way to do it. And the NFL is a corporation just like any other corporation. And so before you embark on that, make sure that your documentation is in order first, so that as you do that, the lien on the NFL, you need to send a 1099, acquisition to acquire the teams, whoever they are. And then, you need to look at what we put on the public record as far as the disbursement of those credits to you. They need to set up an account because they already have an account. Every player that has played, because Justice Travis, did you play in the NFL at some point?
Islam, yes.
Okay. So with regard to that, Justice Travis, they already have an account set up with the Social Security number. And
Islam, yes. I signed the affidavit, but I didn't use government letterhead to tell them to cease and desist of filing 1099s in that name or that that debtor name and correct their records to my appellation. And that's where I left it at that point with them.
So here's the lien is the account, but you have to let them know that by sending them a 1099 and telling them that they have to pay on what's on that lien. Okay. So they get a 1099, and then you have to charter them because they're not properly chartered. That's why they keep sending that debt stuff. And here's the thing: the IRS is debting them also. So your lien has to take precedence over that. But when you do the lien is put forth as a United States lien. Regardless of how that lien was presented by you, it's a United States lien because you're a part and parcel for your government. So now that gives it a different pitch and tone. Okay, this is the United States speaking to the NFL. The NFL doesn't have anything over the United States. And our liens are paramount. They're first. And so a 1099 with regard to that, and then you have to tell them how much. So whatever it is that they're talking about, 1099s and all of that, they're showing you what you should be doing to them. Okay. So when they're issuing a lien and sending 1099s, that is exactly what you should be doing to them. But they need to be revenued and they need to be chartered. The revenue is the lien. And then telling them, you're not that NFL, you're not that dead one, you're this living NFL. They are a national football league. Well, who is the nation?
The Moors.
Absolutely. You're the head of that. You actually have to be the head of that because guess what they're doing? The players have revolted and they're saying, we want to control our name, image, and likeness. They call it the NIL movement, N-I-L, name, image, and likeness movement. And those players have a right to do that, but they have to be in their proper status too, and you can assist with that by putting that whole system in its proper status. You need to nationalize the National Football League because that's what it was meant to be in the first place, so that you get your just due because they're actually, see, this is the crazy part about that. Those that were claiming to be owners don't own it. You own them and those ins ligas. But you have to state that.
Islam.
Islam. Thank you, nobility. So a 1099 and a lien and a charter. And the charter is a very simple document. It can be a one-page charter that says the Constitution for the United States is your company charter. It is first, your very first company charter, and it governs all else, all other actions. And that's a court order coming from your court, which is this United States court, which is you. We were thinking that, quote unquote, one person couldn't really do anything. No, one person can't, but one sovereign can, because we're the all. And so, our territories and this earth becomes what it should be as we continue to give it the proper charter. The word charter is a beautiful word, by the way. In the healing sciences and the healing arts, the nurses, they do what they call charting. That means they look at the patient, they do a few things, and then they note, okay, this is what's happening, this is what needs to happen. You know, this is what they did in therapy today. This is how they're healing. We see some improvement here, but this needs to be worked on. Okay, what are you basing that on? What you know about what health really looks like and what healing looks like. A charter and a constitution are the same thing. In the dictionary, they're the same thing. When you look at the word charter, you will ultimately see the word constitution there if you're looking at an older dictionary. And a charter is something that you give to moving vessels. So in order to get those vessels traveling the right way, we have to recharter them. And a charter is a very, very simple charter. Chartering them is also issuing a bond with that company's name on it, signed by you for the people, as a public work for the people. That way, the people can get whatever it is that the people are due. And that goes for all companies, all corporations, all resources on our land. We're in the process of rechartering everything right now. And that started with rechartering ourselves. Okay? So now let me look here quickly. We want to finish reading just these few articles so you can marinate on these articles, and then we'll be speaking more about these articles as we there's some little bit of noise coming from somewhere. So we want to put these articles before you so that you have time to look at them and marinate on them, so that we can discuss them further in the coming meetings. Islam. Just a moment. Islam Empress. So, to this end, the Moorish government shall take all necessary measures to deposit in the bank the proceeds of the customs revenues, and again, this is import, export, anything coming through the ports, exclusive of the part thereof applied to the loan of 1904 and such other revenues as it may designate. This loan of 1904 was one that when how do I say this properly? A loan is a gift from a sovereign. And so in 1904, someone doing business as a sultan who then accepted the title of a king instead of a sultan took out a loan, and that's when the switch continued. And shortly after that, in 1913, they said, okay, we have them in a position where they think that they're a debtor. Let's go ahead and do this Federal Reserve madness. And then followed all the other enactments. Okay. So, and we can talk about that a little later, because that, again, a loan is a gift from a sovereign. But I think at the time that was not necessarily known by the sovereign who took the loan. It says, with reference to the special tax established in order to carry out certain public works, and there's that word. It doesn't say public services, it says public works. This is where the funds for public works comes from. Moorish government must have the same deposited in the bank as well as the revenues it may later pledge for its loans, the bank being especially charged with the payments thereon, except, however, in the case of the loan of 1904, which is governed by special contract. What is this saying? This says that we are the bank, we're the government, and it's our job and our duty and our national public responsibility to deposit things into the bank so that public works are moving. And that's where the bonding and chartering comes from. And again, we're going to be showing that process coming up in the next few meetings. Bank being especially charged with the payments. Okay, we read that part. Article 34, the bank shall be the financial agent for the government, both within and without the empire. What does that mean? We're the bank. So financially, we are actually the principal for the government. And we're the government too. But this is within and without the empire, and there's really nothing outside the empire. Without prejudice to the government's right to apply to other banking houses or establishments of credit for its public loans. The bank, however, shall enjoy, in regard to such loans, a right of preference, other conditions being equal over any banking or credit establishment. Again, a loan is a gift from a sovereign. That's why we're the bank who's going to be giving the loan. And we talked about how we give loans to our all caps, or to any all caps. It's our credit that funds all of that. And so what do? We put that in the bank first. Then it says the bank shall make prepay, and I changed advances to prepaid reimbursements to the Moroccan government on account current up to, and this says, 1 million francs chargeable against treasury receipts. Did you all know that in 1978, the United States, the debtor ones, the actors, they issued bonds denominated in Swiss francs onto the open market? Did you know that? I didn't know that until I heard that just today, actually. That the United States can issue bonds in any currency that's a valid currency, but in 1978 they had to issue it in Swiss francs, and I'll have to look back and ensure that that's the year that I heard. It was either 1978 or 1987, but I think it was 1978. They issued bonds denominated in Swiss francs, so we can issue bonds denominated in dollarium or fiduciary money, whichever we choose, or sovereign credits or bank credits. Bank credits is just anything that we, Cash App, bank accounts, anything that has to do with banks where things can, the sovereign credits can be transferred back and forth. Those credits can be denominated in gold, silver, dollarium, fiduciary money, whatever we want it, whatever we state that those bank credits stand for. So when they do the Pledge of Allegiance and they say, and to the republic for which it stands, the bank credits can stand for public money, or it can be republicked back into resources or denominated in whatever currency we choose. So, for example, my bank accounts are denominated in dollarium, gold, silver, sea salt, and platinum, and natural diamonds. That is what my bank account is denominated in. So I don't take green Federal Reserve debt notes for what's in my bank account, because that does not properly represent the bank account. Dollarium represents it properly. Our documents represent my bank account properly. Fiduciary money does, gold does, silver, natural diamonds, etc. Those are proper representations or presentments for my bank account. Okay. How do you transfer credits to Cash App? How have you been transferring credits to Cash App? You transfer them the same way you've been doing it. That doesn't change. What changes is what you call it, what you name that, and what it stands for. So our new ancient banking system It looks a lot like what we've been doing, except it has new names and we govern it because it's a creditor system. Now, this says treasury receipt. There's that word receipt again, Morris. The receipts that we issue are treasury receipts. So when I issue the receipts to the custodians at Mercedes-Benz, those are treasury receipts. But now what do I have to do? I actually have to charter them properly and then open the account for the United States properly. And then the Moroccan government, which is still the United States, because all of the states of the Empire State are under the Moroccan government, because the Moroccan government is us. It says the bank shall likewise open a credit account for the government for the period of 10 years to date from its establishment, such account not to exceed 2/3 of its initial capital. We talked about that 2/3 when we saw the Article 99 of the Federal Constitution that the Swiss National Bank had been using in order to act out the things that we're doing. Okay. This credit account shall be distributed over several years and employed primarily for the expenses of establishing and maintaining the bodies of police, organized in conformity to the decisions adopted by the conference, and secondarily for the expenses of such works of public interest as might not be charged to the special fund as provided for by the following article. So there's those public works, there's utilities, that's even oil and gas and things for conveyances and things like that, because again, we're establishing bodies of police as well as public works. Now, some of the things that a special fund would be set up for, it says the maximum rate for these two advances will be 7%, bank commission included, and the bank may ask the government to give as security an equal amount in treasury notes. It doesn't say Federal Reserve debt notes, it says treasury notes. Those treasury notes is what we're going to be showing how to craft those. If before the expiration of the said term of 10 years, the Moorish government should contract a loan, the bank, which is the Moors, would have the right to obtain the immediate reimbursement of its advances made in accordance with the second paragraph of the present article. The bank shall take such measures as it may deem conducive to a sounder monetary situation in Morocco. Spanish currency shall continue to be permitted to circulate as legal tender. With regard to Spanish currency is dolarium, it's fiduciary money. If you'll notice, our dolarium has ancient English on it. But let me tell you where all of that and the peso and all of that comes from, because the peso is mentioned here shortly. Argentina is currently still holding pesos, and those pesos are backed by gold, as the people declare that they are. But that is where the original peso for the Americans is being housed or held at this time, until we, but now that we've created other Spanish currency. Spanish and Spanish, same thing. In consequence, the bank shall have the exclusive charge of purchasing precious metals, of striking and melting coins, as well as of all its other monetary operations for the account and profit for the Moorish government. And then Article 38, The home office of the bank shall be at Tangier. The original Tangier was actually New Orleans, was at Louisiana territory. And not directly New Orleans, but it was at Louisiana. And that's why the Louisiana Purchase, the enactment of it was supposed, such a monumental thing. They wanted the banking. They wanted to get a hold of the banking. It says, but it shall establish branches and agencies in the principal cities of Morocco or any other place it may deem expedient. Article 39, very important. The land necessary for the establishment of the bank, as well as its branches and agencies in Morocco, shall be placed gratuitously at its disposal by the government. In other words, we have to grant the bank the land, which is us, and this is why honor is so important, because we govern ourselves. We're on our honor to do this properly and do the proper accounting on both sides. So it says gratuitously means, what is a gratuity? A gratuity is something that is given over and above anything that's due. It says, and at the expiration of the concession, the government shall retake possession of it and reimburse the bank for the cost of building these establishments. The bank shall further be authorized to purchase such houses and land as it may require for the same purpose. So in these articles from 1906, you can see where the Moorish government, now, people did not think that the Moorish government was a real government, but the only ones that were saying that were people who knew that we're the real government. The Moorish National Republic federal government, for those who wanted to see it written, there it is. And the link to that will be, this also tells you that we had our own money. We've always had our own money, and that we're the bank, and that we're at ancient Morocco. We're not in a quote-unquote corporation. We have a corporation. We are not a corporation. A corporation, the United States Corporation Company, is a special purpose vehicle for the use of the Moors at our will. Islam. With that being said, yes, peso means money. Islam. Islam, Justice Morpheus, thank you so much as well. With that being said, Islam, Empress.
Greetings. Okay, kind of backtracking a little bit to what the noble was saying about the football franchise or corporation. I'm having a bit of an issue by way of my daughter with the, what do you call, the CPS or whatever they want to call themselves, CPI corporation. I need to address them, which I've gotten some documents, drafted up to address them because they have my granddaughter in their custody. And so with what you were saying about how to relate to the football corporation, I could pretty much do the same thing is what I'm assuming with that corporation.
Absolutely, yes. Yeah.
Could you go over that again, please, how that process works?
So they have attached some amount to holding those heirs. They always do, because they're doing commerce. They're doing commerce. What does that mean? That means that they owe something. So the first thing that you would do is place a Universal Commercial Code 1 lien on them. in their all capitalized form, because their all caps is pretending to be under a corporation that they're not under. Those resources are under us, the Moors. So you're going to place a Universal Commercial Code 1 lien on them for that amount plus a penalty for holding the heirs unlawfully, because that's actually unconstitutional. Now, let me say this about heirs being held. And Empress, this is probably not applicable for where you're concerned. The heirs must have a proper domicile and proper care wherever they go. So when Moors are getting heirs back, ensure that you have secured domicile for them and that they can be taken care of properly. Because in many cases where heirs have been taken, it might look like they're taking them for one reason, but the ancestors can see that there's some demonstrations that need to be done with regard to domiciles, safe domiciles where the heirs need to be. Okay, and so if mother is not safely housed, then mother is going to have to get herself safely housed so that when the heirs come back, they have a safe place to be so that no one will ever take them again.
Okay. Can I respond to that?
Sure. And that was not directed at you, Empress. I was just saying in general.
In general. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. And the thing is, this is what took place. My daughter, she had an episode. She checked herself into a hospital. At that moment, she was speaking outside of her mind. They used the information that she expressed and created a case. And that's pretty much it.
Okay.
My daughter lives with me now because she had to relocate. But that was not something that they should have done.
So so your court needs to speak, because you're the matriarch of all matriarchs in terms of all this. The matriarchal energy rules all courts. Okay, and so your court needs to speak with a lien, a 1099 for whatever they're saying is any charges or anything, and there does need to be a penalty attached to that. And the penalty should be cohesive and coordinated with what has happened. And all who are involved need to be liened, all of them. And then when you send that lien and you send a 1099, choose which 1099 you want to send. It should be a government 1099, because those heirs are part of the government too. And regardless of whatever it is that your daughter needed, she may have needed assistance in some area, then assistance is what needed to be given, but not taking heirs and doing things like that, especially when the heirs have a place that they can go with you that is, and so what you want to do, Empress, is to ensure that you state that the heirs have a place at ancient Morocco that they can be safely. Okay, and that needs to come from your court. Because what they look at when they do that is, what they look at when they do that is they look at the care, who it is that's caring for the heirs. Okay, and so you have a place for the heirs to go, and so your court speaks by lien, by 1099, and a court ruling that says you are the fiduciary for the all caps of those heirs. Okay, so
And
fiduciary and attorney in fact for the heirs.
And I have trademarked my daughter and my granddaughter's name.
All caps.
Like a goddamn.
Okay.
Not a goddamn club. What a club
Yeah,
is?
so the
Same one?
just a moment. So here's the thing, Empress. The fiduciary document needs to be done. Make sure that you have the fiduciary affidavit, and then you'll want to do a removal of whoever it is that's supposed to be in charge of claiming to be the CEO of the CPS or the Child Supposedly Protective Services, because you are the ultimate child protective public works or ministry, child protective ministry. And that's just a simple memo on corporate letterhead. Okay. So, for example, Empress, I'll just pull something up here really quickly to show how we would do it if it were us. Once we So I'll just use Washington Child Protective Services. I'll use them as an example. So Washington Child Protective Services, let me find them so that we can. Okay, so here. See, Washington, so this is how I would do that. You see this particular, let me make sure you can see this. Okay. So this particular Washington State Department of Children, Youth, and Families, if they're acting in a corporate status, they're bankrupt. So the way that I would do it and the way that our court would do it is we would issue a court ruling first on Moorish government letterhead, the way that we do everything, starting off with this court action language that we put at the start of all of our affidavits. Just one moment. Let me pull up. I would get some Moorish government letterhead, start it off with our court action language, give it an appellation, give it an appellation, let it be a quo warranto mandamus restitutio minimus, or a restitutio, quo warranto mandamus restitutio. Quo warranto says that they don't have the authority because they don't have a delegation for authority to have the heirs, to do anything with regard to the heirs because they're debtors. Number two, mandamus is the command portion that states that our courts have the authority over all other courts to command that any actions be taken or stopped. Restitutio, it will take care of the 1099, the taxes that need to be paid, the lien, and all of that is part of restitutio. And then minimus for us is remittance or payment and how they are to do that. And then once you do this affidavit that says that that they don't have the authority and that they are in violation where this court is concerned, where the Article 3 courts are concerned, and then a command for return and restitution for the heirs. And then you'll want to do a corporate document using this logo right here on the screen, because they're bankrupt and you're the fiduciary for the bankruptcy. Here, let me make sure I put this on here.
Yes, I was going to state that we can't see it as yet.
Okay. Thank you, Empress. So let's say it's Washington State Department of Children, Youth, and Families. Well, if they're acting in some capacity that says they're not following the Constitution, then they're being bankrupt. Okay, they're saying they're bankrupt. So you're going to have to state that you're the fiduciary on their letterhead also. And we showed in some of the past videos how to do that, where you state that they're bankrupt according to the bankruptcy laws of 1933, and that you're the appointed fiduciary, and that anything that they do, it is the fiduciary's duty to take dominion over all of the actions by them. And so that their fiduciary, their financial fiduciary, is telling them what to do. If you'll notice, there's no trademark. You know how they used to put the little TM with a little circle that indicates that, oh, this is a trademarked, something that nobody can use but us. We've also liened the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office. So anything going through there belongs to the state, which is the Moors. And so you take theirs and put it on a document, and then you tell them what needs to be done. And I would encourage you to go back and look at the videos where we have taken fiduciary dominion over all the resources on the land and everything, because mortgage companies and all of that's not who they are. Those are custodians, and custodians do as commanded. They don't do just any old thing. They do as commanded. And then, Empress, a lot of what we have been seeing has been the Moors needing to take financial responsibility for the things that are going on the land. And that's what we're doing now also, by creating the accounts for the United States and charging everything to those accounts. Everything goes to those accounts, and we get the benefit of that. Okay, so
my knowledge on how to create the account, I don't have.
Okay, so in creating the account, that is what we just talked about earlier, where we're going to be sending the IRS document. We're going to be sending the 1099 document. We're going to be issuing a bond and all of that. And we've not put that entire process on the public record just yet, Empress, but we're going to do that. In the interim, go ahead and demonstrate what you do know. Whatever it is that you know already, go ahead and demonstrate that.
Thank you.
And you have Moorish government letterhead, right? If you don't.
If I don't, where can I get one?
You can do that. You can some of the past videos have it. Any of the documents that we have put on the public record has Moorish government letterhead. And then if all else, if you can't seem to find any, you can use what's on the screen right now. You can screenshot this and put it at the top of your document, and that's Moorish government letterhead.
Islam, the document I just put in the chat has the new blue documentation letterhead on it, so you can go ahead and just copy paste that, and you can use that, Islam.
I don't see anything in chat.
I did that earlier. The document.
Oh. This one. Is
The
it
public,
the public law?
yeah,
8656?
that one.
Okay. So yeah, we're as fiduciaries, we're going ahead and taking and doing our fiduciary duties and taking responsibility for everything financially because we have to. And that includes the use of letterhead, logos, and all of that for all of these systems because they had actors behind them before, and now the heirs have to do that. Even when you look on websites such as this, you'll see where they start putting things in red when it comes to governing this resource. Here, rights and responsibilities, working with the social worker, a parent's role, who will be in court. We get to say who will be in court because we call them into our court. And then we send it to the lower courts and have them to go ahead and enforce it. Okay. So everyone already knows that that we're already, doing what we need to do in terms of financial responsibility on the land, and we're just going to keep moving forward in that manner.
Islam.
Islam, Empress.
I just had a few questions. I needed to get a little clarity. So I've been listening to the prior videos from the channel, and I know you all were stating that we should go to MoorishAmericanConsulate.org to be able to access documents and things like that.
You can go there. I don't have a whole. I don't go there as often. You can go there if that is your overstanding, and then also under our videos, we put quite a few things under our videos as well.
Okay. Well, I have been going there, and I was looking for your particular documents, the termination of all corporate contracts, the name change and judicial proclamation, and all of these, the 6 documents that you've been referencing a lot lately. So I couldn't find them there. So I had to, today, just listening to the prior videos, found Justice Abbasi's not YouTube, but Facebook page. And I noticed that he had a similar website link on his page that he was kind of promoting. It just counsel Moorish American consultees.org. So I looked on there and I'm like, oh, this is where your documents are, because most of your documents are actually on there. So I did find them there. I just wanted.
What's the name of it? Moorish
American Consultees. It had a consultees or ESE at the end of it .org.
Oh, that's Southeast.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Southeast.
Okay, I'm like.
Yeah. So yes, I'm glad that Justice Abbasi and them have that up. I will say this, that there are actually quite a few websites out there that have our documents on them. We don't know about all of them, but we've come across, even in our research, and Moors have said, hey, your documents are here and here and here, and we love that. We want them to be out everywhere. Okay. And so people that we don't even know about have put them out on their websites as well, and created other websites that look a lot like, and putting out the information. As long as they're not charging for the documents, we say, yes, Islam. And I know Justice Abbasi and them, they do a great job of putting things up, as well. So I will actually be referring people to them as well. The Moorish American Consulate website is Empress Sharon Tracy Gale Bay has that site, and she's, doing things with regard to what's up there.
Yeah.
And we honor her work as well. Wherever the information is being given, because, see, the information belongs to the people. It doesn't belong to even those of us that the ancestors give the information to. They don't give it to us for us to charge people for it, because the information is not our information only. It's ours, but it belongs to others as well. It belongs to everybody. It's public information.
Absolutely. Well, I have one more question.
Islam.
Because I see that they their process is, like I said, slightly different. They recommend going through the name change process through the your county. I was wondering, is that something that you recommend or no?
So here at this territory, and I'll just speak about that.
Okay.
We have got the inferior courts here do as we command them to do. We have stamps and seals that we use from the inferior court. So we have them, they are submitted to us. And so here, if Moors choose to do that, they can do that. However, Moors need to know that they are the ultimate authority, and that those inferior courts answer to them. Just like here, they answer to us.
Absolutely.
So, and we've proven that on the public record. And anything that we put out there, their stamp goes on it automatically, so that they enforce it when we hand it down to them. Okay. So however you choose to do it, Empress, is up to you. We recommend and we suggest to do as we have done, and put them into submission. Take dominion over those inferior courts by liening them, and a 1099 with all the stuff that you send to them, because there's going to be something attached to it. And then set up the, and make it so that anything you send, that they enforce it automatically.
I most definitely would rather do it through your recommendations, because I know, like in Michigan, the process is expensive. I think it's like $200 or $300, Federal Reserve notes. And then they want you to do this fingerprinting process and all of this, right? So I'm like, nah, no.
No, we just notify them that this is the law. We just notify them that this is the law, and that anyone coming through there is subject to this law.
Okay.
And then we put their judge's stamp on our document, because we're a judge too. We're the justice. In fact, we're the chief justices. All Moors are the chief justices over all others in their territory.
Okay. One last question.
You can use our inferior court stamps also. In fact, let me put those on the screen while you ask your next question, Empress.
Okay, I promise this is the last question. So the document, when we do the nationality documents and everything, we don't have to send them in to you to be approved or anything, because I know that's another step that has to be done. I mean, not approved, but I guess like stamped and sealed, because that's another process that has to be done on the other site.
No, because you actually have the same authority that the other site has and that I have.
Okay, gotcha.
So you should be stamping. You actually should be stamping and sealing your own documents, and then helping others in your territory. That's how this spreads so quickly. We don't just hand people fish. We teach them how to fish, so that they can fish whenever they're ready. And get whatever they need by you stamp and seal your own documents. These Moorish government stamps and seals, we put them under just about every video, so that your stamp and seal look just like ours. So your documents look like we sent them, but
Okay.
you sent them.
I have them, so I'm going to definitely be using them. Thank you so much.
Islam. Our job is to empower each other. That's our job. That's what we're supposed to do, so that and really it takes the work and distributes it evenly across the empire, because everyone is so powerful. There's no need in not using all of this power that we have, and trying to concentrate it and bring it into one place. Just, no, let's spread out the wealth, because the more we do that, the more wealth is going to come in, Islam, Empress. And thank you for your demonstrations, by the way, as well, Empress.
Islam, thank you so much for your wisdom.
Indicate that you've been demonstrating.
Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate that. I've definitely been researching and studying and paying attention. And like I said, me and my consort have been just binge watching the videos for like 2 or 3 weeks. So we're definitely excited to get things on the ball.
Islam, thank you, Empress, so much. And by the way, let me put this as a little caveat to the answer to that question. We're not saying that anyone who runs it through the inferior courts is wrong. What we're saying is that that our courts have a higher authority, the highest authority. At the beginning of this call, we said we are the Most High. That's true. Everywhere. We're the Most High, and they know that. And here the inferior courts know that as well. We've proven that on the public record with regard to the inferior courts here. So let me pull up those stamps so that you all screenshot them and put them at the bottom of your documents, because that's important. Here, let me see. Where did I put them? Just a minute. And let's see. Just one moment. Okay, that one's not the right one. Oh, I could have pulled that up on the articles for incorporation. Islam nobility.
Raymond Bayo. Trying to type to Empress Shea Marie Bey that she could find the document she's looking for on the Empire State of Morocco Public Records Facebook page, but I see that she's not on the computer, she's on a headset. So, but I did type it in the chat. How are you?
Islam, thank you, nobility. So Empire State of Morocco Federal, the Facebook page. Islam. Yes, thank you for that too, Justice Freeman, for putting that in place. There are quite a few Facebook pages that have been created to assist the Moors in their grand rising, and just one moment. And we're just so grateful for that, because again, it just makes it so that everything that we do and that we have seen and done is being put out there. It needs to be put out there so that more Moors can access it very, very easily. Here on the screen is the inferior courts here, the constitutionally inferior courts, their stamps and seals. Let me put this on here. Let me make sure you can see it also. This is important because, and it doesn't matter what part of our land that you are at, these stamps and seals can be used. Okay, so if you just screenshot them and then add them to your documents. Okay, this first one here is King County Superior Court, where we sent we notified of everything that's being done, and we've shown you some of the correspondence and things like that. This one is for Thurston County clerk, which we're the clerk. We know that. This is a subject, and they are aware of that as well. And then Pierce County, Washington, we actually even put our sovereign autograph here in red in all lowercase letters as the deputy, because that's who we are for Pierce County, Washington. We're the court there as well. And this is Snohomish County Commissioner Department, which is who we are in terms of issuing statements and things from Snohomish County. So we have our territory is everywhere at Ancient Morocco. We have no borders when it comes to this, so you can feel free to use these. And then also we have proof from the Federal Reserve, which from our office for the Federal Reserve, that they've been properly notified of all that's going on as well, even further, because again, we lean the corporate one. Just one moment. One moment. There is there's some noise coming from somewhere. Okay. Get back to where we were. Okay. And then everything that we're doing, we've given proper notification, and that notification has been acknowledged. This is by the custodians previously in the Office of Federal Reserve. This is by the custodians in the Office of United States Library of Congress, and this is the custodians previously in the Office of United States Postal Service. So you all can feel free to add these to your documents as well. They have been properly notified by this government, which is all of us, and by our courts with regard to all that we're doing. And so we add that to any documents that we feel is necessary to add it to. And then the latest seal that we have for the documentation that we do, just one moment, is just one moment. Is going to be the this seal right here. On the left, it is the seal for the Supreme Court for the United States. And that's in red because we are the original Supreme Court, Article 3. And so anything that we're doing, we can put that stamp on anything that we do, and it is absolutely what it should be. With that being said, you can feel free to do the same in using these stamps and seals and things of that nature. And then in our next couple of meetings, we're going to be introducing another couple of stamps that the ancestors gave us directly, so that we can move forward where the chartering of the companies is concerned. So if there's nothing further from this Sovereign Congress, are there any other questions, comments?
Islam. This is Azim again.
Islam nobility.
I was going to make known that the corporation, banks, and fraudulent mortgage companies, they have put a lot of subject Moors out on the street as a result of their foreclosures. Well, they just purposely refuse to let them know that they have a deficiency judgment against those dwellings, domiciles they forced them out of. And the thing is, that can be taken in consideration by those Moors, because they see they really never lost their domicile.
Correct.
But yeah. So in other words, I'll give you an example. Say, for instance, the whatever, I would say most of the time they're in the first position, second or third position as far as, I'll just hypothetically say it's a first trust deed that foreclosed. And the property market value is, say, $200,000. And they're foreclosing because the outstanding so-called debt is, say, $50,000. So in other words, when they file and go to auction, they get, say, $100,000. So in other words, your deficiency judgment, which rightfully yours, is $100,000. It's $100,000. So that's what I'm saying. That is the property of the subject Moors, as opposed to them letting them off the street without giving them transportation funds to move their personal contents, or allocated credit so they can get another domicile or apartment. That deficiency judgment will get them into another domicile. But see, they don't make that known. See, a lot of people just don't know when they and once they get that notice, they are basically just move back with their relatives, go back east or go west, away from that domicile, and they'll forget about it. So they just don't know. So I yield.
Yeah. So the difference between the amount owed and the amount that they get at auction is the deficiency amount. And so
exactly.
The Moors can access that. I think that's important to note for the Moors, as well as noting that the Moors hold the superior lien, but they just don't know it until they actually enforce the superior lien.
Correct. And may I also add that they also do short sales. But still, the majority of short sales will yield a deficiency judgment on behalf of the subject Moors or Moors.
Yeah. Yeah, it will be a little bit more, even if it's only 5,000, 10,000, 20,000 more. They are still owed something as well there. If they choose to leave the domicile.
You'd be amazed. A lot of people just abandon the domicile once they get that notice to sale.
Every foreclosure is an abandonment.
Yes.
Every one of them. They bank on you leaving instead of enforcing enforcing the lien and the 1099. Yeah. So Islam Empress.
Okay. All right, so recently awakening to who I am.
It's fine. Congratulations.
It's a beautiful thing. It makes me tear up quite often because I've always known just not how to enforce it. So currently I was faced with a notice to vacate. My current forgive me if I don't say the correct terms, but
that's okay.
My current residence. So like we have nowhere to go. Everything that every resource is full. I'm currently in Alaska, and so I have handwritten a letter to them. Email. Okay, so I'm gonna start over. The property was sold, and the new owners stated that they wanted me to vacate once my current lease was up, which was October 31st. So I emailed them, but as I continue to read the public law, it was stating that I needed to handwrite a letter and send it some type of certified or registered. But I sent it registered mail because the particular person I addressed or was communicating with me, they would have to sign for it. So I did that recently, and so they have harassed me for rents that I've already made available to them. And so I don't know kind of where or how further to like demonstrate that I don't want to leave, but I kind of don't want to be here while they're acting the way that they're acting. I have 2 small children. I'm sorry, heirs. And so I'm just kind of needing to know now with this new awakening how to express and assert myself accordingly.
Okay. So I would ask that you go back and look at some of the videos that we've done before regarding fiduciary responsibility, because you are the fiduciary for all property, particularly your property. And those who are putting that forth are aware of that. So have you declared your nationality on the public record?
I'm in the process.
Okay. What does that process look like for you?
Reading over and comprehending the documents.
Okay.
And where to actually record them.
So if I may shorten that study for you, the name change and judicial proclamation, putting them on the public record is Facebook or any place else. That's free. You can just take a photo of them and upload that to a Facebook page, and that's the public record. Okay, Facebook. The name change and judicial proclamation. Can someone send her a name change and judicial proclamation? Can someone email that to her? Or send her copies of yours so that she can craft them.
Islam, is the email in the chat somewhere?
I can put it there.
Islam. So that way you can get that done in the next 24 hours. That will shorten the time span for all that you need to do. Your nationality is first and foremost. And once you put that on the public record and then you notify whoever it is of your status and that you're the government and you're the law, then there are some things that need to take place, such as a lien. You need to put a lien on the corporate status, because what they're doing is they're using capitalism. Capitalism is just capital letters. They're using capital letters and capitalism to tell you, to try and state that you're a debtor to them when you're not. You're a creditor. So thank you, Empress Angel, for your assistance there. Because when we get things done on the spot like this, it shortens the time period and the curve so that she can get things done and demonstrate who she is. Because Empress Sheena, you know who you are. The minute you stated it the first time in your heart, you had declared your nationality. So your nationality is already declared. Now you need to manifest it in this dimension so that those who are attempting to lien your estate can know that your lien is superior to theirs. Okay? And Empress, can you send her an example of a lien, of any lien, whatever lien, Empress Angel, just send her an example of a lien?
Yes, I've recrafted the red one with the language of challenging their jurisdiction and telling them they have to show that they have delegation of authority. So I'll send that one and the blue one that's been also done also. So do both of them, I suggest. And then you would have to get the court action and the arrest command. I'll send it all. No worries.
Yeah. And you can just craft it, Empress, and go ahead and get it sent out, and then study it as you're going through crafting it.
Okay. And excuse me. So a way I have attempted to assert myself was I made a complaint to the HUD department. Mm-hmm. And I had a hearing a few days ago. Mm-hmm. And it was quite intimidating, because they just kept asking. Well, they spent 5 minutes on asking me what was my color and what was my race. And so I was like, wow, that's one and the same. And so she was like, I said, help me understand what you're saying. Help me comprehend what you're saying. So she stated that, are you African American? And I was like, no. And she was like, so what are you? And so I just said I was indigenous. And she was like, of what country? And I was like, of what country? All lands. And so then she said, what color are you? And I said, well, I don't have a color, I have a hue. And so I'm studying Empress, to kind of learn.
Let me just say that the ancestors were speaking through you the whole time.
I begged them to.
They did.
I fast from some things, some worldly things. And I said, show up and present me in the best light, because I want to stay humble. I want to stay in honor at all costs. And so she was like, are you light? African Americans can be light, can you be dark? And so I just said, for the lack of a better term, I'm heavily melanated, and she was like, well, does that mean you're dark skin or you're light dark skin? And I said, well, how does this improve my case? And she says, well, this is just a hearing. And I said, well, we are going to be presenting this to a higher authority, so this is a case. We are in court. And so she was like, okay, moving past that.
Moving past that.
What is your color? Yeah, so I calmed down. I felt I was there. Me was like that, but my inner self was like, no, ma'am, you're not doing that. And so once I got off the line, I was like, man, I should have just been like, I'm a I'm a I'm a American Indian white Moorish national. But I was really nervous. This was my first time standing up for myself. And so I said, should I email her back to tell her who I really am? But fortunately for me, she emailed me back and she said that she had several questions that she wanted to ask me again. And she was giving me the opportunity to type my response in to the list of questions she had. And so I hadn't opened it yet because I know once I open it, it's received. Well, in my mind. So I saw one of the questions, and the first question was, when did the new owner, when were they first when they first know like your color or your race? When were they first introduced to your color or your race? I'm just like, why is she going back to that? But it has given me an opportunity to write down exactly who I am. So I'm most appreciative that she is wanting more information, but I just kind of felt like I was in like a rush, but I needed to slow down so I can hear. Because I'm over the time that they gave me.
That's
I'm supposed to technically be out of the place, but I'm just like, I'm not moving until I have safe dwellings for my children. Like it's snowing, and it's snowing real good, and it's like in the 20s. So now I have a mother here, and I know I shouldn't be using mother, but
yes, you should.
Here, but she's not. No, I heard that mother was like the parent of an animal or a plant. That's why I was.
Okay, mother in our sovereign state means whatever we say it means, whatever we intend for it to mean. So when we say mother, we mean matriarch, the mother, the matriarch.
I'm writing that down right now.
Yeah. So if you want to use mother, you can use mother if you want to use it.
Okay. Yeah, she's not really productive in what I need her to be productive in. So I'm just kind of to the wolves, but I'm trying not to sob so much, but my sob is like I'm really happy because I commanded that well, I won't say command, but I petitioned to the ancestor that once we left here, that I would have a permanent settlement for my children to dwell in until whenever. And so it's December will be 5 years, and that's when I asked, to already be equipped. But I have been, because a wonderful empress have been kind of helping, guiding me, on to where we need to be, and that's here. So
you have someone who is assisting you.
For the most part, sending me she led us to here. So I will say yes, that's assistance. So I don't know. I was just nervous, and I was like, okay, maybe we can talk in private. But you kind of ran over my question, so I was like, let me just, let me be more comfortable. And when the gentleman was talking about, the person before me was talking, they were speaking about the foreclosure, and I was like, my situation is a type of foreclosure, so this is my segue. I apologize if I'm like rambling.
Oh no,
but,
that's okay.
Thank you so much.
You're not rambling, Empress. We hear you. We hear with our hearts. We hear with our hearts.
It's Empress. The email sent.
Gratitude.
Islam.
And with that, I yield.
We're so glad you're here, Empress. We're very glad that you're here. We're honored to have your presence here. And the email that Empress angel sent you, you can use that information and then demonstrate the information. You have to demonstrate right at the level of your overstanding, and the ancestors will honor that, which is what you did on the call. And I will have to say that based on what you said, the ancestors were speaking through you right there on the call. Now, when they start talking about race and things like that, you don't have a race. Race is for animals. Race is for, there's no such thing as race and racism. Why is that? Because genetically we are different from all others. Indigenous, that word alone means not of two genes, whereas others have genes coming from other places. Indigenous means that means mother gave us everything. That's what indigenous means. So when they start talking about race and black and white, we're not black. Black is something for crayons and children. So at law, we are white, and that's white in all lowercase letters. White is the color, it refers to our spirit and our chromosomes. And even our chromosome count, the matriarchs, our chromosome count, and our heirs, our sons. We were taught in the inferior schools that everyone had 46 chromosomes. And that is not true for us. We only have 24 chromosomes. They've always known that about us. Chroma and some have everything to do with color, but it's not the color of skin. So the science behind who we are, or the science that we are, they know we don't have a race and none of that stuff. There ain't no such thing as race. Either you're God or you're whoever God has dominion over. And we do have dominion over all. Okay? So, either you're indigenous or you're not. Either you're indigenous or you were created by us. So, now, what I would say with regard to any of that, them asking a bunch of questions, I would just do a court action. And in our court actions, we ask 3 questions. The first question is, do you understand that you are hereby bound by the Constitution for the United States, 1789 and 1791? That's the first question we ask, aside from what is your name. But see, they answered the first question because they put a name in there, whoever it is that's sending that. You ask a question, 3 questions. The first one is, what is your name? The second one is do you understand that you're hereby bound by the Constitution for the United States, 1789 and 1791? And then as an additional question, do you understand that no United States corporation, company, citizen, nor their agents, principals, heirs, assigns, nor any derivatives thereof has personam jurisdiction over me nor over any Moors? And when you say United States corporation, company, citizen, you put it in all capital letters, black ink, and you put those square brackets around it. That will mean that they're dead, that they're the debtors and you're the creditor. And then as a third question, you can ask them, do you understand? And the reason we say, do you understand? That means, do you stand under what we said? Because they do stand under the law. We are the law and we are the government. And then as a third question, you can say, do you understand that you are the debtors and we are the creditors to all nations at earth? Do you understand that you do not have any jurisdiction over any property, no land, no natural resources, and you have no jurisdiction over commerce either? That jurisdiction belongs to this government and this court, because it's a court action that you're doing. So our court actions have 3 questions that we ask, and this video will go up on YouTube this evening so that you can go back and refer to these 3 questions. And
I sent her that document that I used from when I first started, but Brother Dawood has initially gave me that you had created Empress Light with that. But with that amending and things, you know, since we are at liquidation phase, you know, sending them to what would be the 7-week constitutional class, should they not consent to the subject's jurisdiction, and or 7 weeks in jail, I just send them to Guantanamo Bay, where they shall, you know, well, because it's their name that's going, not necessarily the physical being that is going to Guantanamo Bay. So and or sometimes the person might need to go, depending on, you know.
If they continue to act in corporate status, yes, they do go to jail. They do go to jail. They really do.
But for the time being, you know, send their name to Guantanamo Bay, and then the closing of the court action. But yes, I sent you, Empress, that information, and you know, however your spirit leads to, you know, edit it. But just to ask those 3 questions that Empress Light asked and mentioned is very important, because you have to put them in the understanding of our sovereign jurisdiction. That is most important. And any other questions you want to add in? Do you understand that I am not your sureties for your corporate debt? Do you understand? You know, however else you want to add in to that, have at it. And so, yes.
And Empress, also, thank you, Empress Angel. Also, Empress, if you want to do an allodial title, a 1-page allodial title on the property, you can do that as well. You know, we would encourage you to do that as well. And I know it seems like a lot of paperwork thrown at you at once, and that's the purpose of Empress Angel sending it to you, is so that you can go ahead and just, you know, you can use what she has given, and then create a allodial title, and just start there. That's a starting point for you. It's just a starting point. There's other things that come after that, and those things will be thank you, Empress Shea Marie says she will be helping as well. Listen, with the Empresses on assisting one another like this, we can't lose. We can't go wrong.
Islam, that is awesome, because I have not been getting much rest, but I've learned that sleep recharges when you're deficient, and I guess I'm not deficient enough, because 1 hour or an hour and 20 minutes have seemed to be sufficient every day, because I've just been making sure my children are okay, making sure that, you know, the house is secure in a type of manner, because there have been others I've heard that have the property owners have been keying in while they're there, you know, because they've expressed that they want them out of their property. So I've just been keeping watch. I am in the I'm a single mom, so I've just been keeping watch and making sure that they're okay. And so one day, I just thumbed through the list, and I was like, whatever stops, that's what I'm gonna watch. And I was watching you speak about you doing your court action and not receiving any more things that wasn't already inside of the sale, and not not sitting on the bench. And I was like, I have seen this somewhere, but it was in my dreams. It was just in my head. And when you were speaking, I was like, I'm so ready. I'm so ready to assert myself. And I was like, just lead me to the information that I need, because I don't need to waste any time, even though I know it's a construct. I'm in the public world, and they go by this, so I need to kind of be in accordance to stay in honor. And I had expressed to Empress that I was ready to perform the act, because I felt like I would be in a position where I had needed to, and I am. So I have watched that video twice, because I just appreciate how humble you are. And I said, I want to get to that point, because, I shoot first and ask questions later. And so I don't need to be like that.
Are you Leo or Sagittarius, Empress?
I'm all the way Aries. All the way Aries.
Aries is the third one. That's the third one I would have guessed. Aries, Sagittarius, and Leo fire off.
I need to show my children that, saying combat is not always necessary when, the pen is mightier than the sword.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
So it's a big jump from where I've been and where I want to go, but I'm just wanting to say I'm grateful, just gratitude.
Islam, Empress. It's an honor to serve the heirs, indeed. Yeah. Public, putting things on the public record, that works. The public record is much bigger than we thought it was.
Islam. Because it was mentioned, I'm curious. How did we get their names to Guantanamo Bay? And how is a allodial title constructed?
Allodial title it looks like a deed. So in order to construct it, all it is really a deed on Moorish government letterhead, and then you put it as a quo warranto mandamus restitutio and title. Allodial title. Put allodial title on there, and then you put the specifications of the property on there, and then if you want to add latitude and longitude, you can do that, or if you want to add the universal natural area code, you do that, and then a statement that says that this is ancient ancestral property at ancient Morocco, and you put your appellation there, and your sovereign born appellation as well, as the true heir and the true beneficiary and the true owner for that property. So that's what a allodial title looks like. It's on Moorish government letterhead. And then with regard to
Islam, I just sent you another email to the other email address. So you got two, and the other one I just sent you has the allodial land title template that I have been using also.
Islam. Thank you, Empress.
Gratitude.
Guantanamo Bay, Empress. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So we do that by court action, and that's a 1 or 2 page affidavit on Moorish government letterhead, where we send them we command that they appear at our court in all capital letters, appear at our court. And generally they don't come because they know they're not supposed to be acting in all capital letters against our will. And we do the court action anyway, because when we put the spell out there and the words out there, so you do that just by a 1 or 2 page command to appear at our Moorish American court. And then what we do is we do that court action on the public record. So if you go back through some of our videos, you'll see some short videos. They're like 4 or 5, anywhere from 5 to 15 minutes, where we did court actions on different corporations, stating that they need to know which jurisdiction they're in and that we govern those resources. So we just do a court action on them and then send them to Guantanamo Bay and terminate all of their activity in terms of their commerce. And we started doing that in 2018. And when we started doing that in 2018 and started leaning, then they said, okay, we're going to have to find a way to shut down everything on earth because the heirs have said, we got to shut down. We got to shut down everything. All agents, principals, heirs, assigns, and any derivatives thereof. We had to. Just a minute. Let me make sure that. Just a minute. Yeah. So we had to shut everything down. Because so many more were sending out liens and court actions and things. And so those corpses have to stop pretending to be corpses and start and get in subject status and do as commanded by the heirs, Islam. So with that being said, that's how you send them to Guantanamo Bay. And again, we're not talking about the living, breathing beings. We're talking about some actors who know that, okay, they need to stop acting like they don't know and be themselves, which is how they even got here. They were in subject status when they came here. So, over at UK territory, they call themselves subjects. Okay, over here, they started using the word citizen, but they're subjects. So, hopefully that answers your question. It's all in the paperwork and the language, Empress. It's all in the paperwork and the language. Our courts are the most powerful courts at earth, at heaven and at earth. Our courts are the most powerful. And you can do a court action right where you are, just type it up and put it on the public record, and that's the law. When competent, it's the law. But see, again, we can't be at war with anyone because we don't have anything to war about. Everything already belongs to us. So we just peacefully put it out there and keep on going, keep rising. Islam.
Gratitude.
Islam. Thank you, Empress, for your questions. We're always honored to answer questions and things, especially where this Congress is concerned. Are there any other questions, comments, etc.? In fact, what we'll do is we will adjourn here, and then we will return again on Sunday, which is the 6th, I believe. Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I believe it's the 6th. We will adjourn again, and that will make it so that we're able to meet again and discuss some of the other things that we need to discuss, the processes, particularly the process of the living birth certificate, not the birth affidavit, but the birth certificate. Okay, so that way when we put them on the public record, others cannot misuse and abuse and all of that. When we put these on the public record also, it's going to make it so that those that were previously pretending to be police and all of that, they cannot use creditor instruments to do debtor things. Okay, and we're already protected, but we also want to continue putting the layers in place to protect our person. Our person is the all caps, which is a tool. Our person is not us, it's a tool that we use. Okay? With that being said, peace and grand rising to the sovereign, original, indigenous, natural, divine heirs. Islam.
Islam. Peace and grand rising.
Peace and grand rising.
Islam.
Grand rising.
Islam. Peace and love. Islam. Islam.
Okay.